Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you guys? Mike, 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 Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. How are you guys? I hope everybody's doing well. Let me say good morning to you. Good morning, Tosh. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Sarah Bellum. Good morning, Tim. Good morning to you. Carol, good morning. Little Red, good morning to you. And good morning, Daisy. How are you? Hey, Rachel. Hey, Violet. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. Whew. All right. So we're going to start with Anissa Weir's trial today, but I want to talk just really quickly about how we got here as far as Anissa's trial, because there was a lot of legal wrangling going on between 2014 when the crime occurred and 2017 when Anissa went on trial. And I want to explain her trial because it's not a trial in the conventional sense. But before we get into that, I would like for us to have a word from our sponsor. Here we go.
And Kai, when you're on Jen Lou's channel, what do you do with the like button?
Smash, smash, smash! Yeah.
All right. So if you could do me a favor, smash, smash, smash that like button. I would appreciate it. Hey, Daisy says, still home with the sick kiddo. Aw, I'm sorry, babe. And I stayed up way too late last night reading the JFK files. I am quite interested in that. And I will be checking that out on my own time. I want to read it before I cover it because I want to see what's out and, all the things first. Um, just because. Hey, Carol, good to see you. Good morning. All right. Now, there's a couple of quick housekeeping things that I want to talk about, and then we'll get right into it. The first housekeeping item I want to talk about is I still intend to go live. I'm thinking Friday night about the situation between the ghost adventures, Aaron, his wife, and Grant Amato, and the murder for hire plot that is alleged to have taken place, in which Aaron's wife became pen pals with Grant Amato and sought him out to hire somebody to unalive Aaron. I just I I don't know another way to say this except for it's a line from oh gosh, from Steel Magnolias. I mean, this is too twisted for color TV. I, I First of all, I don't know how you reach out to Grant Amato and then accidentally fall in love with him. Like if that's even what happened. I have to keep digging a little bit. I just want to make sure. But okay, let's put a pin in the falling in love part. I mean, okay, that aside, right? Let's say that didn't even happen. But how are you going to reach out to Grant Amato for help to unalive somebody, right? He's in prison, which means duh and or hello, he got caught. Probably not the best source. Just, whatevs. But that aside, I think I'm going to do that Friday night. And then I am still working on the Kai, the hatchet wielding hitchhiker, the murder of Joseph Galfi. That is going to be a Patreon only because of the material, and I just feel like I wouldn't be doing the victim in that case justice if I had to censor it too much. I think his story deserves to be told, and what happened to him deserves to be told. So, good morning, Sharon. Good to see you. So there's that. Also, I am working on a consolidated version, a recap of the Todd Mullis case altogether, from the beginning to the trial to the post-conviction relief. So if you're interested in that case and you don't want to watch 11 billion hours of trial testimony, then that's the video for you. And I'm hoping that will be done by Saturday. So that's that. Also, Lori Vallow Daybell had a pretrial hearing yesterday. She was quite spicy for literally zero reason. She had her angry voice on for whatever reason and not her inside voice. She interrupted. It was a mess, but that live is on my channel too. And what else? Oh, Sharon, thank you for being a member for 4 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. And good morning, Becky P. Good to see ya. Hey, Chicken Shite. Good to see you. Welcome in. Okay. Now, I want to give us now on to new business. So back to the Slender Man trial rewind. Okay. So we remember that the crime itself took place May 31st, 2014. Okay. Let me see. Let me see where I want to stop. Okay. In August of 2014, based on testimony from 2 experts, a judge finds Morgan Geyser incompetent and suspends the prosecution of attempted first-degree intentional homicide charges against the 12-year-old. Okay, I want to talk briefly about what happened with that. So what happened in this specific case, when Morgan Geyser was found incompetent to stand trial, they sent her to what's known as competency restoration. Okay. And basically, what it does is it's classes for her to understand who the judge is, what's going on. Okay. It does not address medications. It does not address mental illness, okay, for her. I can't speak to other states or other situations, but I will say that it does sort of make me wonder. Morgan Geyser was sent to competency camp. They don't call it that. It's called competency restoration. But it made me wonder about Lori Vallow, because she was found incompetent to stand trial, and she was also sent to competency restoration. And I made a note to go and look into that, exactly what that entailed for Lori. Okay, so that's at the beginning, and that's in August. Okay, then in September of 2014, the question arose: is Weier competent? Weier will also undergo a psychological evaluation a judge orders, delaying a determination of whether to transfer her case to a juvenile court. Now, when all of this occurred, okay, as soon as the girls were charged, their attorneys immediately filed motions to have their cases heard in juvenile court. Okay. They wanted their attorneys wanted their cases heard in juvenile court. In December of 2014, both girls are found competent to proceed. So Waukesha County Circuit Judge Michael Boren rules both girls can understand the charges against them and aid in their own defense. A preliminary hearing is set for February. So that is the that's the bar, okay, that they have to prove, right, for competency. Can they understand their charges and can they assist in their own defense? That's it. So February 2015, finally the preliminary hearing. So in that preliminary hearing, Geyser believed she had to kill or she would be killed herself by the fictional internet character Slender Man, her attorney tells a judge. March 2015. Boren rejects the argument that the girls acted under a kill or be killed belief, which would have made the offense attempted second-degree intentional homicide and required the girls to be tried in juvenile court. Okay, so because he rejected that, it stays, the original charges stand, and it stays in adult court. All right. April 2015, Morgan Geyser seeks bail reduction, release from jail for treatment. Lawyers for Geyser request that her bail be reduced and that she be allowed to move to Milwaukee Academy, an all-girls residential treatment center in Waukesha. Oh, wait, Wauwatosa. But Boren says that because the facility is not secured, Geyser would be considered a flight risk. May 2015, first reversed waiver hearing. Forensic psychological evaluations show Weier as having a very low risk of future criminal activity and a high likelihood of success in treatments for the issues that landed her in the Slender Man stabbing case, experts testify. In June of 2015, Geyser's family history of schizophrenia is revealed. The early onset schizophrenia diagnosed in Geyser may have a genetic basis. At a court hearing, an expert witness reveals that Geyser's father had suffered from similar mental illness as an adolescent and was hospitalized at least 4 times when he was 14 or 15. August 2015, judge rules girls don't qualify for juvenile court. In a key decision, Boren rules the defense doesn't pass a 3-part test for transferring the cases to juvenile court. If adjudicated delinquent, the girls would serve at most 2 years in juvenile prison and then be subject to intense community supervision until age 18. All right. And because of that, in August of 2015 also, because he ruled that they are going to stay in adult court, Boren lifts his restriction on news media showing the girls' faces in court. For the first time, the public outside the courtroom can see the significant changes. Let me share this screen so you guys can see what I'm reading. Oh, hold on a second. Little Red, thank you for being a member for 15 months. Little Red says, OMG, Jen Lou, we have been together 15 months. Our baby giraffe is about to arrive. LOL. Yes, giraffe gestation is 15 months. Love you. Love you too. Yes, it is 15 months. I remember watching that camera that they had back in 2017 for the giraffe. And let me put this on the screen for y'all to look at so you can see what I'm reading. I watched that a lot. Okay, here we go. Let's keep reading. All right. Whew. All right. September 2015. See, this is what they looked like. That was the first time they were shown. All right. All right. September 2015, defense appeals decision on reverse waiver. The girls' attorneys ask an appellate court to reverse the judge's decision to keep the case in adult court. The first brief was filed before Christmas, but state lawyers sought extra time to respond and didn't file their brief until late February. The case has been on hold pending the Court of Appeals ruling. January 2016, Geyser enters psychiatric hospital. Now, I want to let you guys know, yes, April the giraffe. Thank you, Sarah. I couldn't remember it was April. Bless her little heart. And I was just so excited watching that for whatever reason. It just fascinated me. Anyway, the entire time that prior to January 2016, Morgan was not receiving any treatment for potentially having schizophrenia. Okay. So by 2016, though, she's entered a psychiatric hospital. A civil judge approves sending Geyser to a state mental hospital where she gets her first treatment for schizophrenia, including medication that her lawyer says quells the voices from her imaginary friends like Slender Man. She has been confined to a juvenile detention center in West Bend. Okay. In June, Geyser's mom talks about her struggle. Okay. July 2016, Court of Appeals rules that Weier and Geyser are to stay in adult court. Weier and Geyser are properly charged as adults, the Court of Appeals rules. The decision affirmed a trial judge's ruling in 2015 that the two girls had failed to show, quote, by a preponderance of the evidence that they should be transferred from adult court to juvenile court. The girls' lawyers have said from the time they were charged as adults that the cases should play out in juvenile court. And I think a lot of the hesitation to move their trials to juvenile court is because of the seriousness of the crime and and if it was kept in juvenile court, what their potential, the maximum punishment they could get. So, yeah. I think that's a lot of the reason why they didn't want it to go into juvenile court. All right. In August of 2016, Geyser enters plea. Geyser enters a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease, and two doctors are ordered to evaluate Geyser to determine whether the girl's condition could support the not guilty by reason of mental disease finding. Then in September of 2016, Weier pleads insanity. Weier pleads not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Someone entering this plea contends that at the time of the crime, a mental disease or defect prevented them from appreciating the wrongfulness or of the action or from conforming her conduct to the law. All right. On August 2017, Weier pleads guilty to lesser charge. This is where we're going to start. Weier pleads guilty to attempted second-degree homicide as a party to a crime with use of a deadly weapon and will proceed to trial only on whether her mental condition at the time should make her legally responsible for the crime. So that's what the trial we're going to listen to, because it's because of her pleading and the trial being whether her mental condition at the time should make her legally responsible, the burden shifts. Okay. And so it's on the burden then becomes on the defense. We watched this happen with Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay. He wasn't arguing that he didn't commit these crimes. And his trial was about where he should serve his time for those crimes. Should it be prison or should it be a psychiatric treatment center? That's where it was at. And it was determined that he should serve his sentence in a prison, not in a psychiatric facility. So that's where we pick up today. And let me get you right over here to this. We're going to listen first. Hold on. Hold on. All right. It's on the screen. All right. We're going to listen to this. Hold on a second. Hey, Salty C. Salty C celebrates 20 months, usually on replay. Hey. Well, hey. Thank you for supporting the channel for 20 months. Wow, that's a long time. I appreciate that so much. All right, so that's where we're going to start. Now, y'all, this is Law and Crime Network, but this is their old moniker or their old handle. It's Law News with the Z Network. All right. So that's where we're going to start today. Let me close this tab because I just know that I'm going to click wrong like I did yesterday. And, oh, look at Chicken Shite coming in with some interesting trivia. Hippo gestation time is 20 months. Listen, I want to say this loud and clear because it's important that you guys know this about me. If I'm to be reincarnated, I want to be reincarnated as a hippo because nobody messes with the hippos, which I appreciate. It's a joke. It's not really 20 months. Well, regardless of how long their gestation is, I want to come back as a hippo because nobody messes with the hippos. Like you've seen the National Geographics back when we were kids, remember at the watering hole? Nobody messed with them hippos. Nobody, not even the crocodiles. All right, here we go.
What a wicked web we adults would weave when at first we practice to deceive. Into the internet, two little girls roamed, became lost and disappeared not far from home. Scary stories just for fun.
Wow. Okay. So I didn't realize that we were going to be listening to the defense's opening statement in the form of poetry. It's a new approach. Never heard this before. Curious how this is going to go. I mean, he's rhyming really well. I don't know if it's in iambic pentameter or not. I that part, like I like poetry, but like dissecting it or whatever back in the day in English class, yeah, no me gusta. I kind of zoned out, so I don't remember any of it, and I don't even know why I remember even iambic pentameter, or however you say it. I do remember haikus, all those things, but like it's worthless that I barely anything. So here we go.
Sadly believed by two little ones. Anissa was involved. That is not in doubt. You are here to decide whether Anissa suffered from a mental disease or disorder and lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate that her conduct was wrong or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Anissa has already admitted that she and Morgan attempted to kill Payton in order to protect herself and her family from immediate and inescapable harm from Slender Man.
When Morgan said to you that if we don't do this for Slender, our families and loved ones are going to be killed, do you honestly believe that?
Well, yeah, because he could be anywhere from 6 feet to 14 feet tall. He's, like I said, a tall guy who constantly wears a suit with a red tie. He doesn't have a face. His skin is white. And at his own will, he can, exploit these tendrils from his back and, strangle his victims. And from what the creepypasta Wiki said, he targets children most.
Okay.
So I was really scared, knowing that Slender could easily kill my whole family in 3 seconds.
When Morgan...
The two believed that the only way that they could prevent that was for them to become proxies for Slender Man. But to prove to Slender Man that they were worthy to become proxies, they had to kill someone close to them. After doing so, they had to leave behind the families that they both loved and cherished and risk their fate at the hands of Slender Man.
Hey, Danny. So Danny says freaking Slender Man. LOL. One of my friends is still freaked out by that and won't let anybody mention his name around her. LOL. Now look, I'm obviously older. I turned 48 this year. I don't mind saying it. It is what it is. I've accepted it. It's taken me all this time to accept it, but I've accepted it. When I was young, and I'm talking, I think, 8, 9 maybe, our next door neighbor, it was summertime. Our parents were letting us stay out late. And by late, I mean like past when the street lights came on. But we had to stay in our front yards, right? And so they lived next door. So we were in between the houses, right, where the yards meet. And we were sitting around, and their older cousin had come, and she told me and my sister and the whole group of us about Bloody Mary. And let me just tell you, that story freaked me out as a kid. Okay. And I was scared of Bloody Mary. And for a long time, it messed me up. And I remember telling my mom about it, and she's like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We're going into the bathroom. We're doing this. And she did it and nothing happened, but I was still freaked out. And I was just convinced that the reason nothing happened is because there was an adult in the room. I obviously, am over Bloody Mary, but I'm not going to lie. I still have like an issue with mirrors, but that's because something actually happened to me. I was at my mom and dad's house as an adult, and I went to take a shower, and the mirror got foggy, and there was writing on the mirror from the top to the bottom. This was so long ago, and all that we had were like, flip phones. So I couldn't get a good picture of it, but I mean, my dad was even freaked out when I showed him. So the reason that the writing freaked me out so badly is because it was backwards, as if somebody wrote it from inside the mirror. That is how it was. I don't know how to explain it other than that. And it scared the crap out of me. And, there's a lot of like lore and things about mirrors, and it just freaks me out. So okay, so Andrea, this is from a while back. This is how all of this started. So we're going to go back to listening to Anissa's trial, where the jury is tasked with deciding if she is not capable, if she should be held legally liable for, because she already pled guilty to second-degree premeditated murder in a party. So she she pled, but now the jury is tasked with finding out, should she be held legally responsible. So, oh yay, Chicken Shite says, I don't want to brag, but my 14-year-old stepdaughter needed to make an opening statement in fake school court, and I helped her. She just texted me in all caps, they won the trial. Yay! So, yeah, that was. Rachel says, yeah, it's true. I didn't think Bloody Mary was real, but why F around and find out? That's how I feel like, but yes. And you should always, I agree too. You should brag. I agree with Lil Red. You should brag about your babies. It's important. Yes, they're actually, Andrea, both of them are about to be out. In fact, Anissa was let out 4 years ago, on her conditional release. Morgan will be released the 21st with conditions. So, yes. All right, let's keep going. Enough about Jen's scary stuff that's happened to her in her lifetime. Here we go.
How did Anissa become to believe this? Anissa and Morgan discovered Slender Man on the internet in November of 2013. They were both 11 years old at that time. On Creepypasta Wiki, they learned that Slender Man is one of many characters that prey on primarily children. Along with Slender Man, there's Jeff the Killer and Zalgo, to name a few. As they explored the wiki, they uncovered evidence that Jeff the Killer was real. One of the attractions of that creepypasta wiki site is the intent on the part of the creator to make accounts of sightings of Slender Man and characters like Jeff the Killer appear authentic. There are transcripts of police interviews of people who have seen Slender Man. There are transcripts of psychiatrist interviews of people that have seen Slender Man. On the wiki, Anissa and Morgan found videotaped testimonials of older, sincere-looking adults recounting their sightings of Slender Man in the real world. Anissa and Morgan found articles from a newspaper clipping confirming that Jeff the Killer existed. So they knew that Slender Man existed, and they knew that he was near. So to protect themselves and their families, they had to act. And they would do so at Morgan's birthday party. They decided that Anissa would be the one to do the stabbing. When it was time to do so, though, that was something that Anissa struggled with. Anissa was handed that knife in the bathroom, in the woods, but she couldn't do it. Although she could not physically do that stabbing, Anissa believed that it was one of the things that needed to be done to protect her family from Slender Man. It had to be done in her mind. It needed to be done as a part of that delusional reality that she was living in at that time.
I mean, if we're going to talk about delusional reality, which, you know, you're a defense attorney, you're doing your job, you need to defend your client, and I get that, and I'm not even judging. But let's deal with facts and truth. By Anissa's own words, right? She wasn't told about her family being in danger until after the fact by Morgan, according to Anissa. And in Anissa's own words, the reason that she wanted to do what they were about to do was because she wanted to prove the skeptics wrong. She wanted to prove that Slender Man was real. That's why she did it. This wasn't out of some type of fear. I'm sorry, it just wasn't. And Lola read the knife came from Morgan Geyser's kitchen.
So when Morgan agreed to do it, Anissa said, do it. After stabbing Payton, Anissa and Morgan continued on with what they believed they had to do. And that was, they began walking to Nicolet National Forest. They believed that they would walk over 4,000 miles to get to Slender Man's mansion in that forest. They were aware that it would take 2.5 days of nonstop walking to get there.
So then, why do you have to go far away? What was this discussion about?
Supposedly, Morgan found out that Slender lives in the middle of, Slender has this big mansion that all the creepypastas supposedly live in, and it's supposedly in the middle of Nicolet National Park, or forest, or whatever, up in Lamota, Wisconsin. So we were going to walk the whole way there. I realized it's really, really far.
You're going to hear talk about preparation. In preparation for their walk to Nicolet National Forest, they packed 2 water bottles, a few granola bars, boxes of matches, pictures of their families. They stopped at Walmart, one of the biggest businesses in the world, a business with cameras at every entrance, every exit, in the aisles, in the parking lots. A store that has an electronic department that routinely broadcasts TV stations. They then continued on their...
I wonder how upset Anissa is listening to this recount, and the forgotten addition of the fruit snacks, because let me tell you, the fruit snacks were left out of the statement that she was supposed to sign during her interrogation, and she wanted that included. For some reason, those dadgum fruit snacks were super important to be included. All right, here we go.
Their walk to Slender Mansion. Within hours of their walk to Slender Mansion, they completely ran out of water. So they stopped at Steinhoffel's furniture store, also a business with cameras inside the store and outside the store. It's also a business with an electronics department with TVs that routinely broadcast stations. In preparation for that long walk to Slender Mansion, they took along with them no change of clothing. They took along with them no extra pair of underwear. They took along with them no map. They brought along with them no compass. They brought along with them no GPS. They didn't take their phones. They had no money. They had no sleeping bag. They had no tents. They had no blankets. They didn't even have one sheet. How could Anissa have believed this needed to be done? Dr. Michael Caldwell, an expert in the field of child psychology, we contacted him right away because we wanted to know early on from someone, see her right after this happened, what caused this. He met with her multiple times beginning in July of 2014, so that's shortly after this occurred. He diagnosed her as schizotypal. I know you probably haven't heard that language before, but that is a mental disorder along the schizophrenia spectrum. I know a lot of people are familiar with the autism spectrum. A person can have varying degrees of characteristics of autism. Similar to the autism spectrum, schizophrenia has a spectrum, and the doctors will explain that to you. But for what that meant for Anissa is that she has a propensity to more readily accept non-reality or delusional-based beliefs. Morgan is also diagnosed with schizophrenia. Together, Anissa and Morgan came under the command and control of a delusional order that they both shared. A shared delusional disorder involves a strong adherence to non-reality-based thoughts or beliefs by two people who share a close relationship. The primary and the secondary person succumb to the exchange of the delusional beliefs as a result of that very close relationship. So Anissa and Morgan, two 11-year-olds, found one another, and then shortly after that, Anissa lost touch with reality and fell prey to that delusion.
So from the beginning, so you guys, this was a birthday party, right? Okay, kind of tell me what happened.
So, there's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki.
Okay.
It's full of, like, horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you through, like, online literature and all that.
Okay.
And there's one of them called Slender Man. It's, like, really, Slender Man?
It's Slender?
Slender Man.
Oh, Slender Man, like skinny guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, he has these proxies or servants, as people call them.
Okay.
Basky and Teddy. And Morgan said, hey, Anissa, we should be proxies. And I was like, okay, how would we do that? And that was around end of December, beginning of January.
Okay. And a proxy again, what is a proxy?
It's like...
So Violet asks, is she saying wiki like Wikipedia? Yes, that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. So, and Lil Red says, wait, two in same class? Well, the sociopath next door says 1 in 25 children grow as a sociopath. I don't think that Morgan or Anissa have actually been diagnosed sociopaths. And I think it bears repeating that, you know, somebody being diagnosed as a sociopath doesn't automatically make them dangerous. They don't become, not all sociopaths are murderers. You know, so I think that needs to be pointed out. And I'm going to have to go back and listen about Morgan, but from what I remember listening to, and to be fair, okay, second documentary that came out in 2020 about this case was told mainly from Morgan's, featured mainly Morgan. It really didn't talk much about Anissa or what was going on with her. So the person that they showed testified that Morgan has schizophrenia, oppositional defiance disorder, and asthma. So I think I'm going to wait to. I don't recall Anissa. Let me just leave it with Anissa. I'll just deal with what Anissa's been diagnosed with, because I don't, just because that specific witness who testified, likely testifying for the defense, didn't didn't diagnose her with, or diagnose her as a sociopath, doesn't mean she wasn't. So I'm going to reserve that commentary, but and just talk about Anissa. No, babe. Yeah. Chicken Shite says, I believe you. It could be my impression from her interview. Yeah. So I think that that's just the way I remember it, but that doesn't mean it didn't come out. All right, here we go. Let's keep listening.
A servant or like an apprentice.
Okay, and they're the servants of who?
The whichever. I mean, they kind of don't have a choice. Slender's like the really big. He's like the head of it all, supposedly.
Okay, so Slender's the big guy.
Yeah.
The top guy, and the proxies are his puppets.
Yes, that's how people put the puppets.
Oh, okay. Well, I never even heard of this before. Okay. And it's called Creepypasta Wiki?
Yes, ma'am.
Like WIKL?
Yes.
Okay.
You can find it online.
Sure.
Search something like.
Now, see how excited Anissa got when the detective was, described proxies as puppets. Like she was excited that this person was getting it, right? I wish that when the girls were interviewed, they were interviewed, like, I wish they would have waited to interview Morgan until after they'd interviewed Anissa, because I think that if the detective who interviewed Morgan did like this detective did and embrace this idea, I'm just curious if he had asked more questions about Slender Man and, seemed interested in Slender Man, if Morgan would have reacted the same way. And the reason I say that is because it's going to come out way later down the road. Okay. Like I'm talking about years from now, from when this is taking place in 2018, that Anissa, or that Morgan, at the time of that interview or that interrogation, believed so fervently in Slender Man that she was very controlled in the information that she gave out about Slender Man, because she feared that if she spoke about him, that it would get her family in trouble, or her family harmed. Also, she believed that Slender Man could read minds, and so she was trying to control her thoughts. But I'm very curious, if he'd asked and seemed more interested, if she would have opened up. I'm just curious about that. These are the things that I wonder in my brain. All right, here we go. Because I do think, while it's not common that children commit these types of crimes, right? That's why we when we see it, it's such a huge deal, because this is not, common. But I do wish that law enforcement departments would have at least two designated detectives who are well-versed and had a lot of training in interviewing children as suspects. Because interviewing a child and interviewing an adult, two totally different things. There's a difference between interviewing a 12-year-old and interviewing a 15-year-old too. And so I feel like if law enforcement had more training in dealing with children in that manner, they would be able to elicit better interrogations, because the better the interrogation, the more we hear from the suspect themselves about why they did what they did, what was going through their mind, right? I just feel like the more we know, the better off as a society we can be to intervene early.
Like, Alex Jack, which is another killer. There are killers and proxies. Proxies are apprentices to killers, and killers are either by themselves or have proxies.
And the killers have proxies do it for them?
No.
Okay. It's either killers or proxies?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that much about proxies and all that.
Okay.
I just know what the internet has told me.
Okay. So the internet has told you that the Slender, is there just one?
Yeah.
Okay. So Slender has a bunch of proxies, a bunch of puppets?
Yes.
And amongst these puppets, there are also killers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So proxies or puppets and killers are not the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Like on a triangle chart, Slender would be up here.
Okay.
There'd be like killers and then proxies.
Okay. So killers outrank the proxies?
Yeah.
Anissa developed these beliefs at a time in her life when she had no one to provide a reality check to those beliefs. She did not reach out to her parents. And so why didn't she reach out to her parents? In 2011, her mom and dad began to have struggles in their marriage. Her dad, Bill, will describe Anissa as walking on eggshells after he and her mom, Christy, began experiencing marital difficulties and divorced. Teachers at her school picked up on that. Prairie Elementary is where she attended at the time. They noticed symptoms of depression, and they put her in counseling. At school, Anissa had very few friends. Teachers described her as finding it hard to make friends with other students. She struggled to fit in with her peers. She was described by one of her teachers as committing social suicide by some of her immature behaviors. After Prairie Elementary School, she was enrolled at Horny Middle School. For Anissa, what that meant is she was changing from one school district to another school district. So the peers that she attended Prairie Elementary School with and the few friends that she was able to make while she was in elementary school, they were not going to be going to Horny Middle School with her. During that first year at Horny Middle School, her father Bill's ex-wife died. He has two older kids, a daughter and a son, from that prior marriage. His ex-wife went through months of treatment, but ultimately succumbed to cancer. Her dad spent a significant amount of his time doing what any father would do under those circumstances, and that is helping his oldest kids cope with their mother's diagnosis and her eventual passing away. So during her first month at Horning Middle School, this is what things were like for Anissa. She spent her time on the bus ride to school sitting on the bus alone. She spent most of her lunches in the lunchroom eating in the cafeteria by herself. And she also found herself riding home alone on the bus. In October of 2013, on the bus ride to school, Morgan sat next to Anissa. She began to talk to Anissa. The chance encounter of those two 11-year-olds on a school bus under these circumstances set in motion the development of Anissa's delusional belief in Slender Man. Anissa latched on to Morgan, and together the both of them became unhinged. Ultimately, they hatched a plan. They hatched a plan to fulfill the wishes of the head of the world and of their delusional belief system, to protect their families. Again, the question that you are going to be tasked with answering is what caused this to happen. The evidence will show that at the time this occurred, Anissa's broken mind caused her to lose touch with reality. 3 experts evaluated Anissa, and I've already told you about Dr. Caldwell. But 2 other experts in the field of child psychology, experts that were appointed by the court, Dr. Melissa Westendorf and Dr. Gregory Van Rybrook, they were appointed by the court to do independent assessments of Anissa. And they both met with her and did their assessments in September of 2016. Each expert reached the same conclusion as Dr. Caldwell, that Anissa was under the command and control of a delusional disorder. You will not hear any expert come into this courtroom during this trial and offer any evidence that contradicts or disputes the three experts in this case. At the end of the presentation of the evidence in this case, what I'm going to ask you to do is find that at the time of this offense, Anissa suffered from a mental disease or disorder. I'm going to ask that you find that because of that mental disease or disorder, Anissa lacked a substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law. Finally, I'm going to ask that you, by your decision, require the court to commit Anissa to the Department of Health and Human Services for placement in an appropriate institution. Thank you. But a wicked web we adults would weave when at first we practice to deceive. Into the internet.
All right, give me just one moment and I will pull up the prosecution. What the heck? Hang on a minute. Here we go. Bruh, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, give me just a second. I don't know why I'm having technical difficulties this morning. I don't know what this is, what the deal is, but it's giving me trouble. Let's see. Give me just a sec. I got it. All right. I got it. Sorry about that. I'm playing it from a playlist and yeah, you know how that goes. All right, here we go.
Good morning. I'm going to start by just thanking you all for being here. I know there's a sacrifice involved in each and every one of you. I'm guessing some of you are less excited about being sequestered on this jury than others, but nonetheless, we need you and we thank you for your service. It's what makes the jury system work, so thank you very much. Mr. Smith just told you this, so I'll just put it right there on the table. You may recall during voir dire, I think it's one of the structurers talked about how he expected to hear from doctors that would support the fact that the defendant was not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and doctors that would refute that. It may surprise you to know there are no doctors that refute it. There are 3 doctors, and they all came to the same conclusion, just like Mr. Smith said. So it's easy to say, well, then why are we here? And the answer is because the state believes their conclusions are flawed. They're flawed because it's based on a misunderstanding of what's really going on here, what was happening the day of this incident. Not what happened afterwards, not what somebody said even a day or a month or a week or a year later or years later, but what was going on when this happened. You know, and maybe it shouldn't be so surprising that the doctors have reached this conclusion. Their job is to treat mentally ill people. They are trained for it. They see mental illness everywhere. But more than that, they're no different than anybody else. We live in a world in which we don't expect 12-year-olds to hatch a plan to kill their friends. And so they're predisposed to think, well, there must be a reason why this happened. And there is. But you have to remember that not all the things that a doctor sees rise to the level of giving a person that not guilty by mental disease or defect verdict. Specifically, the statute says, first, that you have to find that the defendant suffered from mental disease or defect. There are all kinds of mental diseases or defects. I dare say most people have them. But if we simply said all mental diseases or defects would result in a pass on criminal responsibility, the prisons would be empty, because basically everybody has one. I'm afraid of heights. Is that a mental disease? Yes. Would it justify me doing things like the defendant did in this case? Absolutely not. So that's why we look more so to the second factor. Did it cause her to lack substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct? And I don't think the defense is going there. She made statements. She knew this was wrong. Morgan made statements. They knew this was wrong. They talked about the consequences, prison. I believe Morgan even mentioned the possibility of the death penalty. Now, that's not something we have in Wisconsin, but it just shows you they understood what they were doing was wrong. There's going to be actions we're going to talk about in a moment that happened that day that show they appreciated the wrongfulness of their conduct. So it's really the second prong. Were they able to conform their conduct to the law? And as Mr. Smith has told you, it's the defense's position that, based on their delusions, that Anissa believed that if she didn't kill Payton, that Slender Man would kill either her or her family. Okay, let's talk about that. First, Mr. Smith talked about that they believed they were in danger of immediate and inescapable harm. I believe that's an exact quote. Immediate and inescapable. Well, first of all, let's talk about immediate. You're going to hear evidence that they were planning this for months and months. It doesn't really have that immediacy the way I think of immediate. Secondly, you're going to hear that on the day this happened, the day they've decided to go through with this after planning it on the bus and for these months, Anissa wakes up. The three girls are sleeping in the same room. The original plan was to get up in the middle of the night, kill Payton, and leave. And Anissa wakes up at 1:30, tries to wake up Morgan, and Morgan's like, nah, it's too early, we're not going to do it right now. If they were really, truly afraid of an immediate harm to themselves or their families from a fictional character that apparently knows all and sees all, wouldn't they be thinking, oh geez, if we don't get up now and do this, Slender Man's going to be mad? That's not what happens.
I think this prosecuting attorney makes an excellent point. And it's because it really comes down to the second prong, right? Which is the inability to comport their behavior to the law. And I have to say that I am not at this point, and bear in mind that we at this point have had the only thing that I've heard, right, is snippets of testimony from psychiatrists. Okay. And I think that I don't want to base an opinion on a snippet, right? I'd like to hear all of the things. So, but at this point, what I have not heard is the inability to comport their behavior. That's where I have a struggle, particularly with Anissa. All right, here we go.
They don't. They go back to sleep. Now they're back asleep. They wake up the next morning. Did they get up the next morning and execute the plan? Well, no. First they play dress up. They do the things that 12-year-olds do. Finally, they go to the park. And at the park, do they immediately kill Payton? Or try to kill Payton, I should say? No. They go to the bathroom. That's the original plan. We're going to do it in the bathroom. I believe it was Anissa that said, because there was a floor drain in there for the blood. Anissa is the one that's supposed to stab Payton. She can't do it. Clearly, she appreciates the wrongfulness of her conduct. She wants Morgan to do it. And in that bathroom, first there'll be a I can't do it by Anissa. Then there'll be an I can't do it by Morgan. Along the way, they'll restrain Payton. They'll throw her against the wall. But nobody can go through with the stabbing, so it doesn't happen in the bathroom. They leave the bathroom. They go play in the park. Eventually, they lead Payton into the woods. And in the woods, Morgan has the knife. Now remember, we're supposed to believe that Morgan is the dominant character here who's leading Anissa down the wrong path. And yet it's in the woods. In the woods, Morgan's got a knife. What does Anissa do? Morgan's holding back. She's waiting. Anissa says, go berserk. Go for it. It's Anissa, not Morgan, that initiates the final act. Morgan is the one that does the stabbing. I'm not denying that. But it's on Anissa's command.
Actually, what she said was go ballistic.
Go berserk. And Morgan unfortunately does. And Payton is stabbed repeatedly, and it's only through the grace of God that she's alive today. What happens then? Does someone go, oh my God, look what we've done? No. In fact, they try to lead her further into the woods. They tell her to lay down under the guise of, you'll lose less blood. We're going to go get help. Anissa will tell you, she just told her that so she'd lay down and bleed to death. In her statement, that's what she said. She might not use those exact words. She wants her to lay down. They want her to bleed out. And she will specifically say, she didn't go get her help. She told her that to calm her down, but it was not her intention to go get her help. It was her intention to do this walk to the Nicolet National Forest. Was it a realistic walk? I know Mr. Smith talked about it. I believe he said 4,000 minutes. I'm guessing he's meant 400, since they're supposed to walk it in 2.5 days. But the fact that they didn't bring the appropriate supplies, what does that mean? There's nobody questioning that that was their thought process as they walked away. We're going to walk to the Nicolet National Forest. The fact that as 12-year-old girls, they weren't smart enough to bring appropriate supplies, maybe, but they're walking in their minds to the Nicolet National Forest.
Chicken Shite says, didn't A drag her from the path into the bush? Yes, she did. She drug her. She tried, and Morgan tried to get away, and Anissa drug her further into the woods. Yes, or as Morgan says, a grouping of trees. That's pretty much what woods are, but okay, okay, Morgan. Yes, woods are a grouping of trees. Here we go.
But what we really need to look at, as I've said over and over, is that prong of, were they able to conform their conduct to the law? You know, Dr. Caldwell, child expert, he notes in his report that he believes that delusional orders can be shared. That's what this is all about. I don't think there's any real question about whether delusional disorders exist. We've all heard, at least, of people that have delusions. The real question here is, can they be shared? Can Morgan have a delusion so strong, and because of her dominant personality, somehow put that upon Anissa? Because that's what Dr. Caldwell says. This can happen when a seriously ill dominant person and a more submissive, vulnerable person form a close emotional bond, and the submissive individual adopts the belief system of the more dominant individual.
See, this is where I'm stuck on. Which one was which one was really the dominant? And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that movie, which you can check out on Amazon Prime, Two Little Monsters. I'm just gonna suggest that you check it out. It does deal with some difficult subject matter. These two boys murdered a much younger boy, I think 6-year-old, maybe 5-year-old. I can't remember the age. The children, these boys were like 13, I think, at the time, 12 or 13. Anyway, I'm not gonna go much further than that, but they end up being released, and the movie is really about what happens after their release. But it's quite interesting, and this situation that exists between Morgan and Anissa really reminds me of that movie. I'm going to leave it there. All right, here we go.
Is it true that Anissa is adopting the beliefs, the delusional beliefs of a more dominant personality? As I said, it's Anissa that says go berserk. Is Morgan really more dominant, or are they just more co-actors? I think it's more the latter. But here's what this case is really all about. It's about wanting something. It is not about a belief that if we don't kill Payton, Slender Man's coming after our family or ourselves. It is not about that.
Hey, Allie, good to see you, babe.
And that's important, because then, if you don't believe that, if you do not believe that Slender Man was coming after them or their families, then that inability to conform their conduct to the law disappears. Do they have a delusion that Slender Man's real? Maybe. Kids believe in Santa Claus. Is that a delusion? Yes, it is. But it's not a bad delusion. So is it a big deal if they believe that Slender Man exists? Though I think Anissa makes statements, it's not even so clear that she truly believes he exists. But okay, we believe in Slender Man. But can we conform our conduct? And this is what I'm getting at. At the time she is arrested, Anissa gives that statement, and you've seen snippets. You've seen snippets that are good for the defense of that tape. This is one of the things, though, that Anissa says in that interview. This is a quote. Silly thing about this was I didn't know I was in danger until after Morgan stabbed Payton. How can she be acting upon this fear that Slender Man is going to hurt her or her family if she didn't know she was in danger until after Morgan stabbed Payton? And further on, to give you an idea of what that means, she says as they're walking away from the scene, she has what she called the nervous breakdown. She said she was scared for herself and her family because Morgan told her shortly after she stabbed Payton that Morgan had made a deal with Slender Man that if they didn't kill Payton, he would kill or could kill their families. She doesn't engage in this act because she's worried about her families, because she doesn't even know about this deal, this threat, until it's over. So then why did she do it? And I think the answer is in parts of Mr. Smith's opening statement. She doesn't have any friends. She's lonely. She's depressed. And all of a sudden, Morgan is her friend. And Morgan wants to do this. So what does Anissa do? She goes along because she wants to preserve her one and only friendship. Not because she's afraid, but because she's lonely and she wants something. She wants the friendship with Morgan, and she doesn't want it to end. She doesn't want a situation where Morgan says, well, if you're not going to help me, I don't want to be your friend anymore, because that's all she's got. And she wants to be a proxy of Slender Man, which is different than being afraid that Slender Man is going to kill your family. That's a want. You know, I'm a real person. If I told them they could be my proxies if they killed somebody, would that make it all right? Would that mean that they would go, oh, well, Mr. Osborne wants me to, so I'm going to kill somebody? No. That's a want. They want to be a proxy. It doesn't cause them to do this. It doesn't make them need to do this. They are not afraid, or at least Anissa, I should say, and that's what we're talking about today, is not afraid for herself or her family because she doesn't even know it's an issue until after the act is over. You cannot be motivated by something you don't even know about until after the fact.
Hold on a minute. That's what I said. Which, okay, the thing is, under different circumstances, if this were just an actual criminal trial, okay, where the jury would first have to deliberate on guilt or innocence, and then deliberate on the not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay, if this were that scenario. No, strike that. If this were a criminal trial where the jury was just deliberating guilt or not guilt, right? Because I don't really like to use the term innocent because that means something a little different to me. You know, when the burden of proof is on the state, right? And it's the state's burden of proof to prove the defendant guilty by beyond all reasonable doubt. Okay. That's very different from actually being innocent. And we know that jurors have voted not guilty. They believe that the most likely the defendant committed the crime, but what they didn't get, let me start again. They believe that the defendant most likely committed the crime for which they're on trial and they are accused of, but that the state didn't meet their burden of proof. That happens. Not all the time, but it does happen. So that's different than innocence. And I think if we were dealing with a trial like whether it's just guilty or not guilty, motive isn't something that's necessary to prove. But in this case, motive is necessary to prove. I have to agree with the prosecutor here. How can you be motivated by something you didn't even know? On Anissa's side, right? That's what they're claiming. Now, if we're talking about Morgan's the one that allegedly made this deal with Slender Man, right? So Morgan certainly could prove that she was motivated by fear, I guess, but not Anissa. Let's keep going.
And that's the evidence that the state wants you to concentrate on. Those are the facts the state believes show you that Anissa was not in a position where she was unable to conform her behavior to the dictates of law. Quite the opposite. She knew what she was doing was wrong, and she did it because she wanted something out of it. She wanted to be Morgan's friend. Maybe she wanted to be a proxy of Slender Man, but not because she believed Slender Man was coming after her or her family. Thank you.
We back on the We back on the record in State versus Weier, appearances and case number. Prepared to proceed with testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our first witness will be Mr. Weier. We have two witnesses that will also be appearing that will be relatively brief that are juvenile witnesses. And I'm informing the court of that so that appropriate arrangements can be made with the camera. I don't think it would be appropriate for them to be displayed. They've also asked if it would be possible if we could just use their initials. So I would ask the court to allow us to do that.
Okay. Also, I need to point this out before we get into this testimony. Okay. So what's important, one of the things that was shown in that documentary, Beware the Slender Man, there is a part of the documentary where they're at Anissa's dad's house and Anissa is calling in, and one of Anissa's friends from her old school happens to be there, and she's on the phone with her, and it's on speaker, obviously. And the young lady refers to being in court. This is an example, unless she testified twice, okay? But she may have testified twice. Maybe that's what it is, because this is in, no. Let me look. Well, maybe not actually. See, she refers to testimony and she refers to seeing her, and Anissa says, well, if you testify, if I can look up at you, I will, and I'll like raise my index finger and I'll try to even smile or something. And the young lady says, don't smile too much. And I'm just curious about all of that because I know that Beware the Slender Man came out in 2017, but it's just an example of how you can take something. It's all about the way that all about editing. That was really my point. And I just totally got off into the weeds, and my brain is, who knows? Let's keep going.
What's the state's view? No objection. All right. The order that's outstanding with regard to any individual who may be subject to Chapter 938 would be that faces not be photographed. So that would cover juveniles, and I'd want their parties know The state knows who the witnesses are, the juvenile witnesses? Yes. Okay, I'll ask you to, you can file the names with the court, and then we'll proceed. They can identify themselves using initials.
I believe they're on our witness list. It would be KN and SN.
I see, same family?
Yes.
So Call Me Sadie says, by the way, good morning, Call Me Sadie. Payton and Morgan were friends for a long time before Anissa came along. I think some jealousy is involved. Anissa wanted to be Morgan's top priority friend. Well, Morgan said as much in her own, in her interrogation video. She did say that Anissa and Payton didn't really like each other. Mainly, Anissa didn't really like Payton. So, which that would then call into question, right? This whole theory about who decided it was going to be Payton, right? Anissa, Morgan in her interrogation seemed one of her motivating factors for committing this crime was a fear of her losing her friendship with Anissa. But Morgan wasn't, and Morgan had been long time friends with Payton, and she mentions that Payton has been my best friend, my only friend really, since about 4th grade. So why would Morgan choose Payton? To me, it makes more sense that Anissa would want to choose, that Anissa chose Payton. These are just things I noticed. All right, let's keep going.
All right, very good. Thank you. I think we're prepared to bring the jury in.
Wait, I lied because I want to say hi to the chicken lady. Good morning. And I want to say hi to Kelly Renee, who says, hi, guys. Just came home on my lunch break and turned you on. Been curious about this case. Well, you picked a great day because we're about to listen to the first bit of testimony from Anissa Weir's trial. If you missed it and you're just coming in, Anissa has pled guilty already to second-degree attempted murder. And this trial is really to determine whether or not she should be held legally accountable for committing this crime, or whether she should be, or whether she's not, or whether she has a mental defect. And so it's really, then it's, then it's going to be where's the best, based on what the jury finds, where's the best place for her to serve her time. So that's really what this is about.
Their mother will also be testifying. May we refer to her by her last initial? Again, we're trying to protect the juvenile's identity when they're...
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We'll note we're on the record in State versus Weier. Jury's back in the courtroom. Parties are prepared to call their first witness.
We would call...
Before they call their first witness, let me say good morning to Margie. Good morning, babe. How are you? And also Weier. Her last name is pronounced Weier. I don't know why that's hard for me. I don't know what my block is on that, but Weier, I'm going to remember it. All right, here we go.
William Weier.
Okay, sir, if you come forward.
All right, to pass out the note taking?
Yes. At this point, the court is, and sir, just come on and just stand over here for a second. To the jury, we're passing out the notebooks. They each have a number that will be your assigned notebook. Keep track of the number. During breaks and over evening, we'll collect the notebooks and keep them secure and confidential. However, you can make any notes you'd like during the course of the trial. They're always confidential for your use only, and recall from the prior instruction at the end of the trial, they'll be destroyed. So with that, sir, step up. Raise your right hand. Clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Then pull up to the microphone, and that's the bar with the red light, and then state your full name and spell your last name.
Name is William Weier, W-E-I-E-R.
All right, thank you. Attorney McMahon.
Thank you. Mr. Weier, you are the father of Anissa Weier?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about the time for your family before May 31st of 2014. If you would like, I can kind of tell you where I'm starting. Where did Anissa go to grade school?
At Prairie Elementary.
And who were her teachers?
She had a number of teachers. I know for her 4th and 5th grade years, her teacher was the same, was Mr. Thomas Haynes.
And when Anissa was in grade school, what sort of information did you receive from the school about Anissa?
Nothing more than what was received at parent-teacher conferences. Anissa's grades were good. She was not disruptive in class. Several of her teachers would remark on how much nonfiction she would read, lots of things about animals and their habitats.
And when you say lots of things about animals, what sort of things?
She would read books on horses, the kinds of things that, horses would do in the wild, the kinds of things that horses that were, say, being trained for a rodeo or even equestrian shows, the kinds of things that the horses would do. She would read a lot about domestic cats, a lot about big cats and their habitats. Certain things about dogs, although she never could tell me why a dog makes a circle before it lays down, but she would read about things like this.
Okay. And while she was at Prairie Middle School, or Prairie Grade School, excuse me, did there come a time when there was some difficulty in the home?
Yes. Anissa's mother and I are divorced. We were going through the divorce at the time that Anissa was at elementary school at Prairie.
When did the children find out about the divorce?
I don't remember the exact date. I do remember sitting them down, both Christy and I, at the same time, and we explained to them what was happening. We did not go into the details about why, but we did offer to both Anissa and her younger brother that if there was someone they wanted to talk to, and it wasn't somebody in the family, if they wanted to talk to a school social worker or a counselor or anybody, all they needed to do was let us know, and we would make sure that happened. We wanted every opportunity for them to know that the reason for the divorce was not because of the children.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit B.
Yes,
When you referred to the children, this is a picture of your children, correct?
all 4.
Okay. Now, the little guy there is Anissa's brother.
Anissa's younger brother, yes,
And at the time of your divorce, he would have been older than this, correct?
definitely.
He would have been about how old?
7?
Okay. And the young lady with the pink bow, that would be Ani?
That is Anissa.
And behind, who do we have?
Behind, we have Anissa's older siblings, 1 brother, 1 sister.
And were they living full-time with you at the time of your divorce?
Not full-time, no.
And that's, where else were they living?
I have, or had, she has since passed away, a first wife. The older children in the picture are from my first marriage. They were spending most of their time with their mother in Milwaukee County.
And if I push this button again, will that make it go? This is what happens when an old person tries to do AV. Okay. So your older children were living with their mother in Milwaukee County.
Yes.
And what was going on at that point in time?
Her health was failing. She had been diagnosed while we were in high school with a blood disorder called myelofibrosis. She grew up with this. I knew she had it when we started dating. I knew, obviously, she had it when we were married, and her doctors told her she would be a lucky woman to live past her 40th birthday.
And did there come a time when she passed on?
Yes, February 27th, 2014, 1 week before her 41st birthday.
And at that time, were both of your older children still living in her home?
Yes.
And how were they doing?
They were noticeably upset. I think my oldest daughter, more so than my oldest son. She was having trouble coping with her mother's health leading up to the date of her passing, and then afterwards she was having trouble dealing with her passing. She spent a lot of time out of school caring for her mother, which I disagreed with, but they wouldn't listen to me. So she was struggling with her own issues. She never saw a professional for it, although she will tell you that she was struggling with depression at the time.
And she would come and visit at your home on occasion?
Yes.
And what was Ani's relationship with her?
I would call it good, but considering the fact that they spent the majority of their time in a separate home, I think Anissa's relationship with her older brother and sister wasn't as tight as it could have been.
All right, so Patricia says, I wonder why she had short hair under the care of her parents, but now she is locked up away from them. She has long hair. I wonder if there's anything in that. Okay, I would suspect that the only reason why she has long hair is because she's not allowed to cut it where she was being housed, awaiting all of this. That's what I would suggest. I think that actually she probably preferred the short hair, but I think that under um, and also remember that this is 3 years after the fact. This happened in 2017. This trial took place in 2017. The crime took place in 2014, and maybe she at one point liked her hair to be short, and 3 years later, she doesn't. People change. Maybe that's it. Maybe there is something to it, though. Who knows?
There's a certain sense of familiarity that you have with your siblings when you all live in the same home. Anissa did not have that because of the custody order. And at that time, my oldest son had also come to me and told me that he would like to spend the majority of his time at his mother's house in Milwaukee. So, I didn't argue with him. I knew what was happening. So Anissa was deprived some of the bonding that she should have had with her older siblings.
But she was excited when they would come to visit?
She was excited when they come to visit. And I know, she always wanted the opportunity to especially hang out with her older sister,
Just a little bit of fair use commentary and backstory here with Anissa. Anissa, it's interesting because in birth order, right, she's the third child, but third child out of 4 total from her father. Okay. And as he's explained, she kind of, due to the custody arrangement, her older siblings didn't live in the same house like 24/7. They came to see their dad, right, on the weekends. So as it goes with Morgan, or excuse me, Anissa and her father and mother, Anissa is actually the oldest. She has a younger brother. So it's always interesting to me about family dynamics and birth order and blended families. Just to see, it's got to be difficult for a kid, right, to be the oldest the majority of the time, but when the half siblings come to visit, you're you know you become the youngest. So it's interesting, um, for me to just I wonder sometimes about what all that, how that plays into things, the dynamic. I mean, I know family dynamics play into everything for everybody, even people who don't, end up on court TV or, long crime network. I just am curious about this specific situation. All right, let's keep going.
Was it fair to say that you had some significant concerns about your older daughter's health at that time?
Objection, it's not relevant for this trial, Your Honor.
What is the relevance?
It goes to the entire res gestae that this child was in at the time. It goes to whether or not, within the scope of a delusional disorder, the person had other persons to turn to for a reality check.
Overrule the objection.
Judge, maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, what was his opinion of his older daughter's mental condition? I don't see how that's relevant.
Because apparently...
Well, you already made your statement. I would overrule the objection.
Did you have concerns at that point in time about the well-being of your older daughter?
Absolutely.
And were you focused on making sure that she kept body and soul together?
Well, you have 4 children, and anybody that has more than 1 children realizes that it is hard to focus predominantly on any one of them at any given time. My concerns at the time with my oldest daughter were making sure that she stays as balanced as she could, knowing the inevitable outcome of her mother's health. And, by the same token, the other 3 children need to realize that we are fully aware of what's going on with this woman's health. So as much as you try not to talk about it, everybody is aware of, we try to keep the kids happy. Maybe take her mind off of it for a while, give her something else to think about. remove her from that situation for a weekend if at all possible.
And while you don't give a lot of detail,
I have to say too that to be fair to Mr. Weier, you know, he and Anissa's mom, Christy, as well as Morgan's parents, Angie and Matt, I believe is the father's name, they were under an enormous amount of scrutiny. People blamed them. How could you not know? How could you not see? How is it that, Morgan has, early onset schizophrenia and you saw nothing? They were being blamed for this. And I think that part of the reason that these questions are being asked, obviously, is to give a backstory and an insight into what was going on in the home when all of this was taking place. But I also think that it's important for people to listen to this, and it's very, very easy to judge. How could you not know? How could there be no signs? Why didn't you do anything? Well, first of all, I personally believe that the majority of parents, with few exceptions, Letitia, Adam Montgomery, that type, they wake up every single morning with the intention of being good parents. And they make the best decision they can with the information they have at the time. We all, as parents, have made mistakes, have missed things. That's part of it. Okay. And I feel like we as a society tend to be very, very critical of other parents while, even being aware of our own struggles as parents. Children don't come with a manual. Okay. So let's cut these parents some slack. I don't think either of these sets of parents were neglectful. I don't think any of these parents missed signs. When children, 12-year-olds, it starts especially with girls. 12-year-old girls are secretive little beasts. And if they don't want you to know something, you won't know it. That's it. It doesn't matter. You could come in their rooms and toss it the way that prison guards toss cells. And if they don't want you to know, you're not going to know. I think we just need to cut these parents a little bit of slack. I don't think this is anything that is on them.
details to the other children, Anissa was aware that this was going on.
Definitely.
And that Sarah was very sad.
Yes.
And you basically were trying to spread yourself between the 4 kids.
Absolutely.
But keeping a close focus on the 2 who just lost their mom.
Objection. She's leading the witness, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can rephrase the question.
Did there come a time when it was decided your older children would move back into the house?
After their mother's passing, yes.
And did that happen immediately in February?
It did not. My oldest son was already out of high school, and he was working. Sarah, since you've said her name, was still in high school. She had yet to complete her senior year. And we had conversations about, should she come to school in Waukesha? She was already enrolled in school through the choice program to stay in Milwaukee County. So we agreed that that's where she would stay and for her senior year, but upon completion of her junior year, she comes out and lives with me in Waukesha.
And when did that occur?
The actual date of the move?
Yes.
May 31st, 2014.
Hey, Nitka Ditka. That's really interesting that the date of her moving in was May 31st, 2014, which is when this crime occurred. I wonder I wonder what, if any, significance that actually has. And Carol says, Jen, Carol W. says, Jen, they both came from good homes. This was all on those girls and their minds. I agree. And Call Me Sadie says, Jen Lou, that is such a good point. I had a rough relationship with my dad. Recently, we had a heart-to-heart. He told me that he knows he made mistakes, that he did what he thought was best at the time. Yeah. I mean, I do think that the majority of parents, obviously I listed a few exceptions, they do try to do the best they can. And the thing is, when you become a parent, I think every family to some extent has dysfunction, and all of our and families, the level of dysfunction and the type of dysfunction is all different. But I do think it exists because human beings are dysfunctional, just because we're flawed. And so I think that, when you move out of your parents' home and then you become a parent or whatever, you decide, okay, these are things that I remember distinctly from my childhood that my parents did that I think was a mistake and I'm not going to repeat. But then, and you make a conscious effort and you don't repeat that cycle. But sometimes in not repeating that cycle, you create a whole new cycle. So, it's hard to be a parent. It's not an easy job. It is a full-time 24/7, 365, and it doesn't stop when they're 18. You're still their parent. I will be my children's parent until the day I am no longer on this earth, and I will always worry about them until the day I am no longer on this earth. And whatever form I take after I'm no longer in this form, I'll probably still worry about them.
So, obviously, we all know that something else happened on May 31st, 2014.
Yes.
When Anissa went
Hold on. Before this, I'll rewind it really quick. Hey, Henry, good to see you. Did I summon you by saying the name Letitia? I'm glad you're here, though. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're here. Daisy Faye says, P.S. I work in mental health. Hold on. Is there something before the P.S.? Let me scroll and see. And I'll just rewind this really quick while I try to find this.
On May 31st, 2014.
Yes.
When Anissa went to the sleepover at the Geyser home, do you remember what day that was?
That was May 30th, 2014.
Okay. And so she went there and you began helping your older children move into your home.
Yes, early that morning, myself, Anissa's mother, and one friend of ours, along with our youngest son, went down to Milwaukee to start bringing the older kids' items out to Waukesha.
Okay. Now, backing up a little bit, Anissa changed, she finished grade school, right?
Yes.
And she then began middle school.
Correct.
Where'd she go?
She went to Horning.
And Horning was in a different school district, correct?
Horning was in the district that our address fell into. Anissa had gone to Prairie Elementary because we had her transferred in there. She had family members that were going there that recommended the school. When everybody from Anissa's class, if you want to call it, graduated from 5th grade, the bulk of Anissa's friends moved to Les Paul Middle School. Anissa was the only one from her class that moved on to Horning.
Okay. And when she went to Horning, what steps did you take to check out the school?
Okay, guys, now we know the name of the school is Horning. I'm going to leave it there. Let's keep going.
I mean, Anissa was upset towards the end of her time at Prairie, simply because she thought she was never going to see any of her friends again. Well, I sat her down, we talked, of course, there's always telephones, things can be set up, but we went and we started to check out Horning. We were put onto a program at the school called the Flight Academy, which was an advanced learning class, one big room. There were children from all 3 grades, 6, 7, and 8 in that room, and they're all working on projects together. We looked into that. The school, Horning School, was interested in having Anissa participate in this program. That was one of our main deciding factors for sending her to Horning. We agreed, Anissa and I, that we would go check it out, get her opinions, see what she thinks about it. Upon doing that, she liked the program. She liked the idea of being in a community setting, learning along with children, you know, above her grade and eventually below her grade. She thought that was a very exciting opportunity that she could have.
Okay. And your experience of your daughter, was she a shrinking violet?
Shrinking violet meaning?
Really shy, quiet?
Not at Prairie, I would say no. Not my perceptions anyway.
Okay. And when she needed or wanted something in the home, was she able to let you know as far as you knew?
Yes.
When you and Mrs. Weier divorced, did you notice Anissa's behavior being any different?
I would say she was quieter, you know, not to the point where we saw any major concerns, but there were things that she would ask for, and, you know, we'd have to say, you know, no, not right now. She wouldn't argue about it. She would just take that as, okay, I asked, they said no, you know, she would go about her business.
Was that how she behaved before the divorce?
I would have to say no. You know, Anissa and, I mean, really none of the kids were overly pushy about something that they needed or wanted. However, they are very good at trying to pose an argument. So, case in point, Anissa came home from school one day with a pamphlet for a dance class that she was interested in. Now, the downfall to this was that the opening class was the same day she brought the pamphlet home, and I didn't have the money to front for the admission of the class. So I told her flat out, I said, you know, we can look at dance classes, absolutely. I don't have the funds or the time right now to look at this particular dance class. Prior to the divorce, Anissa would have said, you know, yes, but why can't we? After the divorce, Anissa just said, okay, I understand, and left the room.
Did you find her?
Right, but is that because, right, she would have been older? And, you know, I can tell you from personal experience that it was much easier to tell a 11 or 12-year-old child, I can't afford this, than to tell a, you know, 2, 3, or 4-year-old child, I can't afford this. So I don't know if if it was really about the divorce and more about her being older. But, you know, I got it. I mean, you know, kids, that's a tough lesson that kids have to learn.
Her wanting to continue on that interest in dance?
She would spend some time in her bedroom looking up YouTube videos about different dance steps, and
Hang on, Henry, before you dip, could you do me a favor and thumbs up the stream for me? I'd greatly appreciate it. And everybody, please pay attention to Henry's comments in here. These are, if this were Jeopardy, the question would be, what are things Letitia Stauch said during her pretext calls with Al? Henry's very good at reminding us and bringing, sometimes I forget some of the stuff she said, and I appreciate Henry popping in. Thank you, Henry. Have a good day. See you around.
she was aware of some of the criteria that some of these classes would ask for prior to entry, like upon entry you should know how to do this. So she would spend time in her bedroom practicing different spins and things along those lines.
So she was trying to teach herself?
Yes.
Did you find out eventually that Anissa had been referred for some help at her grade school?
The only help that I was aware Anissa ever received at grade school was during the divorce. She had a 6-week session. As I understand it, it was about kids from divorced families. It was run, I don't know if the woman is a social worker at the school or a teacher. I believe her last name is Wagner. Can't recall her first name.
Did you ask to have her put in that?
Pardon me?
Did you ask to have her put in that class?
I did not.
How did she get into it?
It was my understanding she did that of her own volition.
And how did you find out about it?
My ex-wife told me, Anissa's mother.
Mr. Weier, during the time that Anissa was attending Horning, did you have occasion to meet your friend, Morgan Geyser?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
Where the school is in relationship to our address, Anissa had to take the bus to school. Anissa was originally friends with 3 girls on the bus, none of them being Morgan Geyser. And there was an episode to where Anissa was trying to do her homework one day, and these girls kept sending text messages to her left and right. I finally grabbed Anissa's phone and I responded. I said, "This is Anissa's father. Please allow her to finish her homework. She will get back to you when she's done." somehow that turned into these three girls ridiculing Anissa because Daddy had to step in for her. So Anissa cut ties with those girls and started riding the bus with Morgan, talking to Morgan on the bus stop. So my first experience with Morgan was dropping Anissa off at the bus stop and seeing Morgan come down the hill to the bus stop.
What did you notice about Morgan?
My initial perceptions of Morgan was that she was curious. She came to the bus stop one day wearing a mask, seemed to be a Halloween mask of one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There was one occasion where she came to the bus stop wearing some falcon ears from Star Trek.
And that seemed unusual?
Well, I mean, for a 12-year-old, it just seemed like she was goofing around, but I had asked Anissa, I said, you know, what's the story here? She says, oh, that's just Morgan.
Okay. And did you have the occasion to meet Morgan's parents?
I did.
When?
I don't remember the exact day, but I do remember we were outside, and they came down the hill. I believe at that exact time it was just Morgan's mother. So they stopped, and she stopped and introduced herself, you know, told me where they were living, what condo unit, and, you know, that they thought it was a wonderful thing that Anissa had, or that Morgan had found a friend that lived so close by to the house.
Okay. And at some point you met her father?
I did.
And was it a similar type of meeting?
Almost the same circumstances. I believe that he was driving at the time.
Okay.
So they had stopped. Morgan was in the car with him. They had stopped and introduced themselves.
So this wasn't a family you knew very closely, but you'd met them? I
had met them. Prior to Anissa attending Harney Middle School, I had never met them at all, even though we lived in the same condominium complex.
In her 6th grade year at Horning, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit A. If you could cue the doc cam up so I don't do that again. Can you tell me what that is?
That is Anissa's 6th grade school picture.
So that's would have been what she looked like at the time this happened.
Correct.
And do you recall, do you remember the day this was taken?
I don't remember the exact date, but I know it was during school orientation for the 6th grade year.
So it would have been around September of 2013?
Yes.
So about 6 months before May 31st.
Correct.
And going back to May 31st, you were, tell me about your day.
As previously discussed, we were in Milwaukee loading up a moving van, getting all of my older children's things out of Milwaukee, moving to Waukesha. I received a phone call from Detective Thomas Casey at or about 11:15 or so in the afternoon. He identified himself. He said that they were looking for Anissa. I asked him why, and he responded that he wasn't entirely sure. All he knew at that time was that one girl was injured and 2 girls are missing.
And did he tell you whether your daughter was injured?
He did not.
Did he tell you who was injured?
He did not.
So at this point, as far as you knew, either your daughter was injured or your daughter was missing?
Correct.
Were you told at that point in time that there was a suspicion your daughter was involved in the injury?
The only thing I was told was that one girl was injured, 2 girls were missing.
And
okay, now this is something that Morgan's parents also say. They were told the same thing. And they were under the impression that when the police asked to speak to Morgan, and I can't remember what he's about to testify, so I'm not going to say anything about what he's about to say, but I do know Angie said that they were under the impression that Morgan was going to be a witness, not a suspect. And that is legal, unfortunately.
what did you do then?
I instantly called Anissa's mother, asked how close she was to the condo, and that she'd get there as soon as possible because I didn't have that ability driving a fully loaded moving van. And I told her that I had received a phone call from Detective Casey. They were looking for Anissa. They wanted entrance to the condo to search inside for her.
And at some time, did you arrive at the condo?
Yes.
When did you find out that your daughter had been located?
It was afternoon that day, between 2 and 3 p.m.
How did you find out?
I was inside the condo. I remember Christy yelling up the stairs that they found her.
And do you know how that information was conveyed?
I do not. I could only make an assumption.
Okay. Don't want you doing that in the courtroom. But did there come a time that you learned that your daughter was considered a suspect in the stabbing of PL?
I came downstairs and I confirmed with Detective Casey that Anissa had indeed been found. He said yes. He said, we have to take her back to the police department and ask her some questions. I said, is she a suspect in something? He said, we are not entirely sure.
And at some point you learned that she was.
Yes, that evening.
How would you characterize your reaction to that knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant.
Sustained.
Were you aware, had it ever come to your attention that your daughter might be in need of some form of mental health help?
Not from my perspective, no.
Was there any time where she expressed that she had seen things or was experiencing things other people were not?
There was an episode when Anissa was about 10. She had gone to bed for the night. Shortly afterwards, she had called out for her mom and I. You know, she saw something in her closet looking at her. So, 10-year-old, monster in the closet. We turned the lights on, we opened the closet, nothing's in there. We asked her what she saw. She claims to have seen a pair of red eyes looking out of her closet at her. So, in an attempt to calm her down, we thought about it. Her bedroom window faced East Avenue. She had very bright pink curtains hanging in her bedroom. So I had posed the question to her that, do you think it's even possible that maybe it was the headlights from somebody's car shining through the pink curtains, that's what she saw in her closet? She said yes, and that's where we left it. She went to bed that night with no further issues.
Okay. So if she's 10 years old, you're going to talk about what it was?
Well, right, so there's a monster in my closet, there's a monster under the bed. I didn't give it any more credit than that.
Okay.
Now, this is his recollection is very different than Morgan's mother's recollection about things, all in retrospect, right? Morgan communicated with people that couldn't be seen when she was 3. That's when it started for her. And it was a frequent occurrence. But as a parent, how do you differentiate between children who have very, very vivid and great little imaginations, right? And a hallucination? But Morgan had frequent occurrences where Anissa, it sounds like, according to her father, did not. So I'm curious about that. All right, here we go.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. Mr. Smith is. Sorry, just briefly. How did Anissa get on with her younger brother?
I would say very typical relationship with her younger brother. Her icky younger brother, stay out of my bedroom, don't touch my stuff. There's never anything vicious, never anything out of the ordinary, And, he would play the part of the icky younger brother and egg her on, but, she never went out to, try to hit him or, knock him down the stairs. It was always just, ew, get out of my bedroom.
They seemed to like each other?
Yes.
She seemed fond of him?
Yeah, in spite of the fact that, that's her younger brother, she was very fond of him. As a matter of fact, the first day that he attended school at Prairie, she was right there with him, explaining to him, okay, you need to do this is your teacher, this is where you stand in line, make sure you do this, everything will be fine, you'll have an awesome day, I'll see you after school.
And in the birth order in the family with your second wife, Anissa's the oldest child, correct?
Correct.
And so this is her baby brother.
Right.
And just going back a little bit to the divorce, you mentioned the children just not, Anissa specifically, not pushing for things. Would you say that she seemed more tense or more uptight?
I wouldn't classify it as uptight, but careful. Careful not to cause any further disturbance in the home.
Okay. Like walking on eggshells?
Would be one way of putting it, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
One moment, Judge.
The camera operators always giving us the Blair
A couple of
Witch.
questions, and I will try to keep it brief. You had indicated that other than that incident when she was 10 and thought she saw red eyes in her closet, you had seen no indication of any delusions.
None.
And I understand that given your divorce and your ex-wife's passing, at least in terms of how that might have affected her sister, that she might have been a little bit saddened by that, correct?
Anissa was concerned for her older brother and sister. She wanted to make sure that, you know, they were welcomed back into the home and that they felt as excited about reconnecting as she did.
And given the situation, that was an expected response to the situation, wouldn't you say?
Well, we sat both of the younger children down and explained to them what had happened. The fact that their older brother and sister were going to be sad for quite a while, and they needed to be good kids, a good younger brother and sister, and, you know, be supportive the best way that they know how to, and, you know, just be themselves to try to take the older kids' minds off of what was happening.
And in the months prior, immediately prior to May of 2014, you didn't see any indication that your daughter was discussing killing someone, did you?
None.
She had never been in any trouble with the law prior to this, correct?
No.
In terms of things like doing something seriously wrong that would get you in trouble at school or with the law, she hadn't been a problem child at all, had she?
No.
You saw nothing that indicated to you that she needed any kind of treatment?
Other than the way she reacted to the news about the divorce when we offered to take her to see somebody, whether it be at school or a professional, it was my opinion that she was a normal child.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
This is a really good point Carol W. makes. What strikes me is that the father is so involved in her life. I never had that and wished I did. If you asked my dad who I was back then, he didn't know anything about me, and we all lived together. That makes me sad for you, Carol. I mean, and he is involved. He does know his daughter. And that's why it's like, I don't understand why people are so critical of them. I know that, you know, people want to know, how does a child get like this? And I understand that. Like, if we can understand how we got to this point, maybe we can figure out how to prevent it from happening again. And while I agree that there are some situations where the parents played a role in the eventual crime because they were told that there was a problem, they were told that there was an issue, they were given resources, and they didn't reach out or do anything to determine if their child did in fact need help or whatever. And I understand that, but I don't think that's the situation here. So it always kind of bothered me why they were treated the way that they were. All right, let's keep going. Aw, call me Sadie says, I'm so thankful for this live. My physical therapist gave me exercises to do, and the live has given me something to concentrate on instead of the pain. Well, I'm glad we could be here to do that for you, babe. And I hope your shoulder gets better and those exercises are working for you. Eventually. Obviously, I sooner rather than later. All right, here we go.
Nothing further. Your Honor, I'd ask, unless the state intends to maintain their subpoena on Mr. Weier, that he be allowed to remain within the courtroom.
Any objections?
We have no objections to that, Your
All
Honor.
right, then the sequestration order is lifted from Mr. Weier. You can step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness will be K.N., a minor.
And Judge, are you okay with her keeping her water with her?
Yes, that's fine. You could just step up all the way, and then stay standing. I'm going to ask the clerk to swear you in. So do you raise your right hand? A little higher.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, then you may be seated. The microphone is the bar with the red light on. It's in front of you, so try and speak into that.
Okay.
Then would you, we're using initials for you, so you just state what your initials are.
KN.
All right, thank you. Then Attorney Smith.
How old are you?
16.
And what grade are you in right now?
Junior year.
Okay. Are you involved in any activities, extracurricular activities at school?
I used to be, but not right now because I'm taking a ton of extra classes online.
Okay. And I just want to let you know that I know that this is not easy. If you need any time to just take a break, a moment to gain your composure, please let me know, okay? Do you know Anissa?
Yes.
And when did you meet her?
When I was in 7th grade, she was in 6th grade.
And what school did you attend? Did you attend school together?
Yes.
And what school was that?
Horning Middle School. We were in the flight program.
Okay. Can you explain what the Flight Academy program is?
It was, okay, when we were actually in, they described it kind of confusingly, but
Okay.
it was basically supposed to be a way for you to have more personalized learning.
Okay. And what part of the school year did you meet Anissa?
The beginning.
Okay. And in Flight Academy, are there projects assigned for you as a part of the program?
Yes.
And when they do the projects, do they pair kids up together?
Most of the time, no. Sometimes they did, but not often.
Okay. Did they pair you up with someone?
Sometimes, but not a lot. When we went on field trips, though, we usually had a partner that we had to stay with,
Okay. And who was your partner?
Anissa.
Were you someone that saw Anissa during her lunch hours?
No.
Okay. So you didn't spend lunch hours with Anissa, though?
No, because grade levels were separated.
Okay. Did you spend time with Anissa outside of the classroom?
No.
Do you know what creepypasta is?
Yes.
When did you find out about creepypasta?
I think the summer before 6th grade.
Okay. And is that something that at some point you became aware that Anissa was familiar with?
Yes.
And when did you become aware of that?
Fairly early on when we met because we talked about it quite a bit.
Okay. When you say you talked about it quite a bit, did you talk about it every day or?
For the most part.
Okay. Did you two exchange things that you saw or read on the wiki or creepypasta wiki website?
Yes.
Based upon your conversations with Anissa, do you think she spent quite a bit of time on the wiki creepypasta website?
I'm not very sure about the wiki. I know we usually use different websites to read it, but...
Okay. And based upon that, do you think she spent quite a bit of time looking at and reading about creepypasta Slender Man?
Kind of, but nothing really abnormal from what I know.
Do you know what a proxy is?
Yes.
And what is a proxy?
A proxy in the story, it wasn't originally part of the story. It was made by some random person and then widely accepted by the fandom is people who, work under and help Slender Man.
Okay. And do you recall ever talking to Anissa about proxies?
Yes.
And do you ever recall the time talking to Anissa about her wanting to become a proxy?
Yes, it was only once from what I can remember.
Do you know if that was before May 31st, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what Anissa said about becoming a proxy?
She said something along the lines of, I found a way to become a proxy. You have to kill one of your friends. And when I looked at her, what are you talking about? She was like, don't worry, it's not you.
Okay. And she told you this before the stabbing occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell anyone else anything about what Anissa said that day?
I told my mom and my twin.
After the stabbing occurred, did you tell anyone else about what Anissa said?
I might have told a school counselor, but I can't really remember. And I know I told some of my friends because they noticed I was getting extremely nervous around that time and having a lot of trouble.
Okay. And since May 31st of 2014, have you talked to Anissa?
No. Someone in our class wrote her a letter and told me that Anissa asked me, or asked her to see how I was doing for her, but that was it.
Okay. And did you try to call Anissa to respond to that letter at all?
No, I just told the other girl who originally wrote her a letter that if she sends back a letter, tell her I'm doing fine and that I hope she's doing okay.
Have you gone to visit Anissa since May 31st of 2014?
No, because I didn't really know any of that information.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
It was only once that Anissa told you about how to become a proxy, is that right?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when she told you that?
I was kind of like confused, but I didn't think she actually was like gonna do it because she didn't seem like that kind of person.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Any redirect? No. All right, then, ma'am, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Is the witness under subpoena?
She is.
She released from the subpoena? All right. Any objections?
No.
All right. Subpoena is released. So ordered.
The next witness would be SK, who is also a minor.
Ma'am, if you'd step up by the chair and then stay standing and raise your right hand a little higher, okay? My clerk's going to swear you in at this time.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Then you can be seated. And then move your chair. The microphone is that bar that's in front of you. See it with the red light? That's the microphone, so talk into that.
Okay.
And then we're referring to you with your initials. Are you SK? Excuse me, yes?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Thank you. Attorney McMahon.
Thank you. SK, how old are you?
16 years old.
And you are, SN, I'm sorry. You are KN's twin sister, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Anissa?
Not really, no.
Okay. She knew your sister.
Yes.
And did there come a time when you heard your sister say something about Anissa that scared you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Yes.
Right, so I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, it goes to the statement having occurred. Ms. KN has expressed that she told her mother. It is a prior consistent statement and simply goes to the fact that the statement was made.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll permit the answer to go on.
Thank you. Did you hear your sister say something that scared you about Anissa?
Yes.
What was it?
That she had found a way to become a proxy and it was to kill a friend.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Slow down. Get
Sorry.
Over. I know it's
You can
hard.
pull up to the microphone. You can sit, if it jumps off the table, I'll be able to grab it.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Just repeat it.
She said that she'd found a way to become a proxy and it was to kill a friend.
Okay. And who did you hear your sister say that to?
My sister said it to my mom and me.
Okay. And when you got that information, were you sure it was true?
No,
What did you think it might be?
I'm not sure really.
Okay. Did you tell anyone else about it?
I told the school counselor,
Okay. And do you remember which school counselor?
Miss Valk.
Ms. Valk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you meet with Ms. Valk frequently, correct?
Yes.
Because you've got some issues with getting anxious and other things.
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her you thought this was serious?
I told her that I didn't think that she was serious, but it was a concern of mine.
Okay. So you heard something that concerned you and you told an adult.
Yes.
Do you remember if you told her before or after Payton was hurt?
Before.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
It's concerning to hear that one of your friends might decide to kill somebody, right?
Yeah.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right. And then, SN, you can step down if you'd like. And ma'am, if you would come around this way behind the court reporter, that's fine. And then step up to the chair, but stay standing, and then raise your right hand. A little higher with the hand. Clerk will... Oh, okay. Thank you. Clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and be seated. Pull up to the microphone. It's the bar with the red light in front.
No problem.
And then we're referring to you by your initials. So just state your initials.
KN.
All right, thank you.
And Ms. N, you are the mother of the two young ladies who just come into the courtroom.
I am.
And did there come a time one of them told you something concerning about their friend Anissa?
Yes.
And what was it?
that Anissa had told her that she had figured out a way to become a proxy for Slender Man.
And did they know what the way was?
No, they did not know.
Okay. And what did you do with that information?
I asked her what she said to Anissa, and then I said, I don't think she's serious, because nobody would think like that.
Okay. And did you ever talk to anyone at Horning Middle School about
Yes,
what your daughters had told you?
the school counselor, but after the occurrence, not before.
And do you know if your daughters ever talked to the school counselor?
Yes, but after the occurrence also, not before.
Okay. Your daughter, SN, excuse me, met regularly with one of the school counselors, correct?
Yes, because she's special needs.
And who was that counselor?
Stacy Velk?
And so she met with her several times a week, correct?
Yes,
And she would meet with her alone, correct?
yes.
And so if SN had conversation about what she had heard, you wouldn't have been there for it, correct?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
All
No
right.
questions.
Oh, questions. All right.
Okay, so Call Me Sadie says that was an odd question from the defense. It was actually from the state. It's a scary thing to hear I think his question was something to the effect of, it was a scary thing to hear that one of your friends might want to kill somebody, right? That's from the state, because the burden of proof in a trial like this shifts. It's now the defense's burden to prove that Anissa should not be held legally responsible for her crime because of a mental defect. And it's basically, it's not quite a not guilty. It's not really, I mean, it is kind of, okay, it's kind of a not guilty by reason of insanity, but at the same time, she's already pled to second-degree attempted murder. So it's the now the burden is on the defense. So they are the ones that are doing direct examination, and the state is doing the cross-examination, which is a little, odd, and it's kind of backwards from how we are used to dealing with things. All right, let's keep going.
Then, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Is the witness under subpoena?
Yes.
And the prior witness was under subpoena as well?
Yes.
Right. Any objection to releasing the subpoenas? You can.
No.
All right, subpoenas are released. Thank you.
Your Honor, would it be possible for us to take a brief comfort break?
Yes, that's fine. We can do that. We'll take about a 10-minute recess at this time.
Over to today. The witnesses that were able to come today this morning are the ones that we've already called. We haven't been able to get any other witnesses available until 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Many of my teachers said I had to arrange coverage for the classes.
All right. So you're telling me there are no witnesses to go forward?
Right, at this point.
All right, all right.
So I think we are ahead of the schedule that we had anticipated this would take, but at this point, we don't have any other witnesses until 1 p.m.
Next time you have to tell me that before we get
Yes,
the
sir.
jury ready. Yeah, all right, all right. No, we'll be in Rio, have somebody here at 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right.
More than one.
Well, what's the afternoon? You can be seated. All right. What's the schedule? Do you have enough witnesses for the afternoon?
We are working on making sure that that is the case. We do have a number of persons already who are calling. I think they will take at least until 3 o'clock, and we are attempting to make arrangements to make sure we make good use of the full day.
Well, we should go beyond 3 o'clock.
We intend to, Your Honor. A number of the other witnesses are law enforcement and have offered to be flexible in their time, so
We should have a full afternoon.
that's what we're anticipating.
All right, all right. Well, then, as opposed to us all sitting here, we'll, I think, be in recess. Any comment from the state?
I don't know if the court wishes to bring the jury out and let them know that the defense isn't prepared to proceed any further today, and that's the reason for the delay or not. I guess I'll leave that up to the court.
Well, I see bringing them in to tell them that is somewhat just up and down exercise. I'm not going to do that. So we'll just advise them. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and anticipate filling up the afternoon. Jury is internally sequestered. They're sequestered in the evening, but they're also sequestered during the day for lunch. So they'll be served their lunch within the confines of the court system. So it will be in recess until 1 o'clock today. Courtroom will be locked, so everybody can leave their lawyers can certainly leave their lunch.
Yeah, that was Come on, state. That was petty. Don't do that. Actually, that could backfire, that level of petty, because the jury, yes, they're sequestered. But, they might feel like they wanted a longer lunch, and it seems like they're going to get a longer lunch. So, that's not very nice from the state. Don't, come on. It's way too early in this proceeding to be petty.
Here, there won't be access to the court.
Or Prairie Elementary School. She was a guidance counselor at Prairie Middle. She was a guidance counselor at Prairie Middle or Prairie Elementary School. There was a reference within the discovery provided by the state to Kelly. It took a significant amount of effort on Ms. Larson's part, as well as a subpoena, to determine who Kelly actually was. So we would not have had that information at the time of the witness list that was put into the jury questionnaire, and we are not actually certain that we will be calling her. We just want to alert the DA's office to the possibility that this additional witness might.
So whatever it is, she's not a witness today.
Not today.
All right.
Okay.
But what was the name of the person?
Kelly Bratz.
Is it B-R-A-T-Z? A-T-Z?
A-T-Z, I believe. I just typed it in.
Well, in one place we have B-R-A-T-Z, in one place we have B-R-O-T-Z. So.
I believe it's B-R-A-T-Z.
Okay, all right. And first
That's
name
fine.
is Kelly with a Y?
First name is Kelly with a Y, yes.
All right, well, let's review that matter, and we can talk about that further. Then we'll bring the jury in now. All right, I think everybody's back in the courtroom. Please be seated. We're in the record in State versus Weier. The jury's back in the jury box, and all the attorneys and parties are present. So that being said, Attorney Smith or Attorney McMahon, do you have a further witness to call?
Yes, Judge, I'm going to call Christine Reinders.
Ms. Reinders, if you'd come forward. Yeah, come and have a seat behind the court reporter.
Just pausing for a little bit of fair use commentary. I would just like to state that I always appreciate a judge who wears a bow tie. I love a bow tie. That is all.
Then stay standing. Raise your right hand. A little higher. Clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, very good. Be seated. Then pull up to the microphone, and then that's the bar with the red light. Then state your full name and spell your last name.
Sure. My name is Christine Reinders. The last name is Reinders.
All right, thank you. Then Attorney Smith.
Ms. Reinders, how are you employed?
I'm a literacy specialist at a middle school in the Mequon-Thiensville School District.
Okay, and how long have you been employed as a teacher?
I started teaching in 1998. I taught for about 5 years. I was then a stay-at-home mom for a while, and then I came back in about 2010.
And are you employed full-time?
Yes.
Okay. In 2010, where did you start teaching?
Prairie Elementary School in Waukesha.
And how long did you teach there?
I was part-time there my first year as a Title I teacher, and then I was full-time 2 years following that, so a total of about 3 years.
And while you were there, what grade levels did you teach?
Initially, I was a reading interventionist teacher where I worked with kids at all different levels, giving them reading support. And then the 2 full-time years, I was a 4th grade teacher and 5th grade teacher.
Okay. And while you were teaching 4th grade, did you get a chance to have a student by the name of Anissa in your class?
I did.
And is that the Anissa that's sitting at the table?
It is.
Okay. And what grades did you teach Anissa?
It was 4th grade and 5th grade. So we kind of did a loop where we had them for 2 years.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How would you describe her as a student?
I had Anissa mainly for reading, and so what I found is that Anissa often connected with texts that we read. She would participate with questions. So for instance, if I asked text-dependent questions, things that happened within the text, she was very attentive and could answer them. Okay. She would participate when it came to me directing things, but when it came to do partner work and things like that, I kind of had to push her a little bit with that.
Okay. When you were teaching her, did you ever note any issue with her in terms of focus?
A little bit when it came time to independent reading time. We kind of like kids to have this nice stretch of time where they actually have eyes on text so they can practice reading strategies and things like that. And sometimes Anissa would maybe ask to go to the bathroom, or maybe she'd have to visit the classroom library to get a book or something along those lines, or I'd have to be like, we need to do independent reading.
And did you ever at any point notice any delays in her interpreting and analyzing literature?
She has a really good, how can I say this, text dependent. So when there were really like surface level questions, she was really good at that, and she could make connections to her own life with that. But when it came to kind of analyzing the text or inferring a little bit more, she was challenged in that area from what I remember.
Okay. And what about her ability to have relationships with the other peers in the classroom? What was that like for her?
So I mainly had Anissa for reading time. So there were two teachers. So there was Mr. Haynes, who taught like math. He was kind of like her homeroom teacher, teaching math and science and things like that. So I had her mainly for reading. And so there was a lot of partner work during our time where kids would have to turn and talk and maybe discuss a question or discuss the text or engage in some kind of project. And oftentimes she would kind of not really want to engage in that process. Like there wasn't a partner that she would reach out to and say, hey, Mrs. Reinders wants us to turn and talk about this, let's chat. She didn't really have that. She would kind of, flail, like go through her book, or she would sharpen her pencil, hoping that enough time would pass, that she wouldn't have to engage in that. So what I ended up doing a lot of the time was I would assign her a partner. So I would do that with all the kids, so not to like alienate her. It would be like I would assign partners for everybody that way.
Okay. So you did notice that there was some difficulty on her part getting along with some of the peers in her classroom.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I sustain the objections. That gives Attorney Smith time to rephrase it.
Did you notice anything about her ability to get along with her peers?
During reading time, I think she just was kind of isolated. She didn't go out of her way to do like the turn and talks and things like that. She wasn't social in that regard.
Okay. But let me ask you this. Was she at all mean to the other students?
No, I never saw that.
Was she ever disruptive in the classroom setting?
No.
Was there ever a point where you became made aware that her parents were going through a divorce?
Yes, so I believe her parents came to talk with Mr. Haynes. Mom or dad came to talk to Mr. Haynes before, I want to say it was the summer before 5th grade. Like it was just in our back to school days in August, where mom and dad had mentioned that Anissa was a little emotional because they were thinking of separating or divorcing. I don't remember which one it was. That's kind of our way of being attentive to the needs of the student, because a big part of teaching is not just the academics, but it's the social emotional. And so it was kind of like, keep an eye out for Anissa. She's kind of having a difficult time with this. So it's just kind of being aware of that.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Was there ever any points?
Okay, I have a question because I'm curious what you guys think. So we've just heard this teacher testifying that when it came time to do partner work, basically Anissa avoided doing partner work. But hold on a second. But what I'm hearing is it's not that Anissa would make an attempt to be partners with the other children and would be rejected. She didn't even make the attempt. Is that what you guys understood? Because it seems to me like, from what she's testifying to, that Anissa didn't actually want to do anything with the other kids. That's what it sounds like to me, which is very, very different than her wanting to be part of the social networking that is the classroom, right? And not being accepted. That's different. There's a big, in my opinion anyway, there's a difference between choosing not to participate with the other kids for whatever reason and the kids choosing not to include you. There's a huge difference with that. And I'm curious if if the state is going to go into that a little bit more deeply. All right, let's keep going, because it would not be beneficial to the defense to ask that type of question, right? But it would be if you're the state. So let's keep going.
That you observed Anissa appearing to be emotional or crying.
Yeah.
And how many times did you recall yourself observing that?
So for instance, she would come into my class, she would come into reading class, and you could tell that she had been crying or had been upset. A lot of maybe there was like an issue on the playground, and then reading would be after recess time. So maybe something happened on the playground or something along those lines. So then she would come in, you know, still looking visibly upset from that. Usually Mr. Haynes would kind of process and debrief with her a little bit and then send her to me.
Okay, so but you never directly yourself talked to her about what was causing her to feel that way?
No, but I would, you know, I would check up on her and say, you know, what can I do to help? Or, hey, we're going to do this today, and I know you're going to do a great job, to try to get her to focus academically.
I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Nothing, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Reinders, thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you.
You can step down. Is Ms. Reinders under subpoena?
Yes, she is, sir.
And may she be released?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're released.
Your Honor, I'm just going to check and make sure our next witness is here.
All right.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Then pull up to the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Tom Moerman, M-O-E-R-M-A-N.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant Moerman, how are you employed?
With the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And can you tell me how long you've been employed in that capacity?
23 years.
And I want to ask you if you were employed on May 31st, 2014.
I was.
And were you involved in any way in the investigation of stabbing on Big Bend Road in Waukesha on that day?
I was.
And what was your role that day?
I responded to the initial scene of the incident to assist the city of Waukesha. I coordinated a perimeter with their officers, handled some media inquiries, and then I cleared that initial scene.
Did you, did you do anything else after that?
After that, I resumed normal patrol until a phone call that the dispatch center received later that afternoon.
Okay. And all of your investigation that day and your role in the investigation that day, did you prepare a report regarding your involvement?
I did.
Okay. And at the time you prepared that report, it would have been like maybe the same day or the day after you were involved in the investigation?
Correct.
And so you prepared that report when things were fresh in your mind?
Correct.
Okay. On May 31st, 2014, were you involved in the apprehension of the suspects in this stabbing?
Yes,
And were you present when those suspects were actually taken into custody?
I was.
And who did you assist in the taking into custody of, if anyone?
Anissa.
And did you give her any commands when you made contact with her?
I did.
And did she cooperate with commands that you gave her?
She was extremely cooperative.
Did she struggle with you in any type of way?
Not at all.
Did you notice anything about her emotional state at the time that you had contact with her?
I did. I noticed she seemed very scared, upset.
Okay, and did you notice anything about her own physical appearance at the time?
I noticed that she was wearing a blue sweatshirt, and it had some dark stains on the front.
And did you then ask her if she was injured?
I did.
And what was her response?
Her response was no, that she was very scared.
Okay, and did you ask her why?
I did. I asked her, I confirmed with her a second time that she wasn't injured, because of the staining on the shirt. And she said, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
Okay.
Or something to that effect, or you would think I'm crazy if I told you, something to that effect.
Okay, and then what did you say to her?
I told her that I didn't believe she was crazy.
And what was her response to you after you said that to her?
I believe after I said that, she made the comment, some bad people were going to do something, or somebody was going to do something to my family unless I did something bad.
I'm going to, can I approach Judge?
You may.
I'll show you a one-page document. Can you identify that document?
Yes, sir, this is my report.
Can you go down to the last paragraph on that page?
The paragraph that starts with prior to?
Well, let's do this. Go up to the middle of the paragraph just above that.
Okay.
And start from the female appeared. And don't read it, just read it to yourself.
I read that paragraph.
And does that refresh your recollection of what she said about the people that she thought was going to harm her?
Yes.
And what did she say about the people that she thought were going to harm her?
On that day, she said, some people were going to kill my family unless I did something very bad.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Just a couple of questions. Lieutenant, the girls, when you first made contact with them, is it fair to say they were very cooperative?
Extremely cooperative.
Seemed to understand your role and acquiesce to your authority?
They did. They listened very well.
Was there anything, and I'm not talking now about the blood or the crime that they were alleged to have committed, but was there anything unusual about the way they were acting in terms of, did they not seem to understand where they were or what they were doing?
No, they seemed very aware, and they just seemed like normal girls.
Now, you just repeated a statement about Anissa stating that some people are going to kill her family unless you did something very bad. Is it fair to say that that statement was made to you many hours after the alleged crime had already occurred?
Well, I initially had contact with them when I took them into custody at around 2:24 p.m. The initial incident was reported, I believe, around 9:55 a.m.
If I'm doing my math correctly, we're talking about like 4.5 hours later when you took that statement?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, any regret?
Just a few more questions. I know you had contact with her maybe quite a few hours after the stabbing on Big Bend Road, correct?
Correct, around 2:24.
Around the time that you had contact with her, she appeared still to be very emotional, distraught, correct?
Yes, she appeared scared to me.
I don't have any other questions.
No.
All right, thank you. Nothing further?
No.
All right, Lieutenant, you're released. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I leave this here?
I'll take that back. That's fine. And we'll pass it back to Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Is the lieutenant under subpoena?
He is. He can be released.
Any objection?
No.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Have a good day.
Next witness will be Detective Casey.
All right, thank you. Okay, Detective, thank you. Our clerk will swear you on.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. All right, thank you. Then pull up to the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name.
Thomas Casey, C-A-S-E-Y.
Thank you.
Detective Casey, when did you first become involved in the incident involving PL?
May 31st, 2014.
And what was your initial involvement?
I was the lead investigator for the case.
And so how did you first respond to, where did you first respond to?
Well, about 9:47 in the morning on that date, I was in West Dallas looking for an armed robbery suspect, where a call came out over our police channel that stated that there was a subject that was found on the side of the road that had multiple stab wounds, and they requested all available squads to respond. At that point, I started to respond to the area of the scene.
Okay. And so you spent time at the scene learning information about what had occurred,
Correct.
and then you began to investigate.
Initially, it was searching for, at first we were looking for Morgan, and then we were looking for Anissa together. We didn't know initially that there was two girls, so initially it was trying to locate the two girls to see their side of the story, to see what happened. We had no idea what was going on initially.
When did you first become aware of what had happened?
At about, when you say what happened, what do you mean?
That what first brought about suspicion on the two girls?
Well, we knew that all three were together, and we knew that the girl had been stabbed. We honestly didn't really know. There was one statement that was made to an employee at the sheriff's department that Morgan made, but until we started interviewing them, we really did not know what was going on.
Okay. There came a time, though, when you learned from PL that Morgan Geyser had stabbed her.
There was a statement made as such, yes.
By the victim.
Correct.
And at that time, were the girls already in custody, or were they not?
They were not.
So after that information had been provided, the search for the girls took on a slightly different urgency.
To be honest, we still really didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if this could be a murder-suicide, an abduction, some type of attempted homicide. We weren't really sure at that point what happened. She had just been taken to the hospital. It was a very short utterance that she made. She did not give really any specifics of what happened, so we were still pretty much in the dark about what was going on.
When you're saying she, the three girls, you're talking about PL, correct?
Correct.
So the victim had made a short utterance that indicated that Morgan Geyser had hurt her.
Correct.
You weren't sure what had happened, so you continued to look for the two girls.
Correct. We were not sure if they were also victims or what exactly was going on. We just knew that they weren't around. There was quite a large search that entailed to try to locate them.
Mm-hmm. And when you finally located them, how did you come into contact with the girls?
I was contacted by my supervisor, who informed me that the sheriff's department located them on the side of I-94 by County F, and I requested that they be transported back to the Waukesha Police Department so we could interview them further to find out what was going on.
And did you participate in the interviews?
Yes, I did.
Which of the girls did you interview?
Morgan Geyser.
And where did you interview her?
At the Waukesha Police Department in interview room number 137.
And that interview was video and audio taped, correct?
Yes, it was.
When dealing with a juvenile or someone in a felony level case, you are required to.
Correct.
And was a copy of that interview placed on a disc and provided to the district attorney's office in our office?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I would note that in Exhibit F on our list is a copy of the interview that was done with Morgan Geyser. Detective, if I play you a clip from it, can you tell me if you recognize it as the interview?
Yes, I'll be able to do that.
Certainly. Right.
Okay, I just want to tell Michelle, yes, definitely start from the beginning, right? But also, if you haven't seen it in its entirety, I made a playlist. This is for everybody too. If there's any parts of this that you want to go back and listen to, I've made a playlist, and they're all in order in the way that the case was presented on my channel. And also in the descriptions with Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier's interrogations is the links to Down the Rabbit Hole True Crime, where you can watch the interrogation in its entirety without any commentary from me. But I will say this. I do think that that utterance from Payton shaped the way that this detective conducted his interview. And I think that that's important. I don't think that it's not necessarily like I don't think that he had his mind made up about what happened. That part, I believe, he wanted to get to what happened, but I do think that it shaped the way that he conducted getting those facts out. So that's just my opinion, and it makes sense why he would be the one questioning Morgan and the other detective would be questioning Anissa, because based on that utterance, Morgan would have been the perpetrator. So I don't know about, so Chicken Shite says like confirmation bias. I wouldn't go that far. Like I wouldn't say that it was confirmation bias. I just think that to me, he had a very specific intent when he conducted that interview. To me, it came across as basically he wanted Morgan to say, which she did, that she's the one that stabbed Payton. He tried to get her to tell him how many times she stabbed Payton, but she said it was a lot. I don't remember. It all happened so fast. Where in the other room, Anissa saying, well, Morgan said she counted 17 times, and was very specific about where she stabbed her, which I'm more inclined to believe Morgan in that situation than I am inclined to believe Anissa. I believe Anissa counted and Anissa stood there and watched, and I believe Anissa is the one that knows exactly where those stab wounds occurred. It's different being the witness in that sense, right? Versus being the actual perpetrator. I also think that, so I think that he had a very specific intent, and in the information he wanted to get out of Morgan, and wasn't so much concerned with the why. Where the other detective wanted to get the why out. What caused this to happen? And so she asked much more probing and then follow-up questions regarding Slender Man and all of that than this detective did. So I think, yeah. Yes, Violet. Waukesha is where Daryl Grounds Brooks was located. Yep. That's where it was Waukesha. It was their Christmas parade.
One hand to the next. So it happened to be like out cutting my lawn, or having a beer after cutting my lawn, and I will come in and use it, so you know. What I do is I fill out right hand, left hand, and then finish the notes further on.
You put it on each side, John, just relax on it. Say no relax, and I'll tell you when you can pick it up again. You hold it on the side.
All right, do your right hand here, same thing. Put your hand over for me. There you go. Kind of long, back. That's a little uncomfortable, sorry. I don't have ones that are smaller at the time.
Did you put the ceiling or something in them first, or get them wet, or they always do them dry? Oh, okay. Where do you get that from?
They're downstairs with all this lab stuff. All right. And then one more quick one. And then,
did you ever take off your jacket in here, or you want to do that all at one place?
Is that Morgan Geyser as you saw her on May 31st of 2014?
Yes, it is Morgan and myself on the right, and Specialist Plata.
And Specialist Plata was basically looking for evidence under her nails, correct?
Correct. We took a DNA sample from her and we collected her clothing.
And the physical motions that she's making and such, that's how you remember her being on that day?
Yes.
Did Did you eventually sit down and talk with Ms. Geyser?
Yes, I did at length.
And during the interrogation, were there times when you needed to leave the room?
Yes.
And what is the purpose in an interrogation of leaving the room? In this interrogation, particularly?
Sometimes the person that you're interviewing needs a break or the investigator needs a break. During the first time that I left, I went to meet with my supervisor along with Detective Trisoni, who was interviewing Anissa in another room. So we wanted to take a few minutes, see if they're both giving the same story, collaborate, and see where we were headed.
Okay. And what was the importance of determining if they were giving the same story?
Because more than likely, if they're both giving the same story, it gives it and make you think that it's a little bit more true or correct. Or if one person's giving more information than the other, you may be able to go back and ask the other person those questions, and they might elaborate.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're looking for consistency,
Correct.
and you're also looking to clarify things.
Correct.
And so at times you left to speak with Detective Trisoni and to speak with your supervisor.
One time I did that.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Ms. Geyser, did she indicate to you what had happened?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall what she told you?
She told me that back in December of 2013, that her and Anissa Weier started to plan to kill PL.
Okay. And did that track with what you had learned from Detective Trisoni?
Yes.
And then did she go on from there?
Well, I spoke to her. The first part of the interview was an hour and 15 minutes. I took a 45-minute break, and then I talked to her for about another hour after that. So we started out very minimal information about the story, and then we started to grow as we went on to try to get to the more consistency and more of an idea what happened.
Okay. Did she tell you, I would assume you were trying to figure out why this would have happened.
Correct.
And did she provide you with any information about that?
She continued to state throughout the interview that this was necessary. She stated that it was necessary, and when I questioned her most of the time, she would say, that's what Anissa told me. So most of her responses came back, this is what Anissa told me, I did it because Anissa said to do this.
Okay. And did she tell you why it was necessary?
She did not give a specific why it was necessary. She said that that is just what Anissa told her. There were some indications during the interview that she was afraid of something that might happen to her family, but she was not very specific on that.
Actually, that's not altogether true. What she actually said, yes, she did say that Anissa is the one that told her that. And when he did ask her to elaborate, she said, basically, I don't know. It was all very confusing. That's what she actually said. Which I do think, makes a difference. Those details make a difference. Okay. Sometimes, I always say the devil is in the details. So you have to be careful that you don't get too bogged down in the details that you miss the overall picture, right? So you got to try to keep it balanced. But I think in this situation, under these circumstances, I think that specific detail is, it's important. And I hope they play more of Morgan's interrogation from this part before they are actually questioning her, just when they sit down, just while they're collecting evidence, because she does say some things that I want you guys to be able to hear. But if they don't, again, it is in that documentary, The Slender Man Stabbing, The Untold Story.
So she said something might happen to her family, but she wasn't specific.
She said that Anissa told her, and she didn't want to find out what would happen to her family if she didn't do it.
Which is, hold on. Which is directly contradicted by Anissa. Anissa says that Morgan told her that, but it was told to her after the stabbing had occurred.
6:30 in the morning, and it was before Bella, so we went downstairs and we took quizzes on quota. And they were
Attorney McMahon, just so our record is complete, when you play the portions of the transcript, or rather the recordings, are they identified on I have a piece of paper that has identified portions of the various videotapes. Is that, if I follow that down, are you doing that in order?
The finger swab was in at 10:50, ended at 16:20, sir.
Now, are we on the 37?
We are down to 42:27.
The state has that index?
No, I don't know what you're referring to, Judge.
I can email it, Your Honor, to the state.
All right. So I think in order to have a record so that the transcript reflects what's actually happening in court, we should identify what portion of the disc or the recording that you're referring to. So at this point, then, you just played, what is number 4, 42:27?
And I'm sorry, we are going to the next one, which is reflected as number 2 at 37.53.
So what just played now?
That was what started to play, yes.
What was it that started?
The taking quizzes / necessary.
So number 2.
Correct.
All right, very good. So we'll note that in the record.
Anissa and I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning, and it was before Bella, so we went downstairs and we took quizzes on Quotab. And they were really weird. It was like, what
website?
Quotab.com.
Quotab?
It's a quiz website.
Is that QU?
V.
Yeah. So you're taking quizzes, so then what happened?
And then Bella woke up and came downstairs by us. And then we took more quizzes with her this time. And then my mom woke up.
That was coming through the audio, correct, sir? Is everyone able to hear? I'm just double checking.
Well, I could hear. It's somewhat soft, but I could hear it. Jury able to hear the sound? Everyone, did you hear the sound? All right, very good. Thank you.
Now, what we were just hearing there, Detective Casey, that was part of what Morgan described to you as the morning of May 31st, correct?
One of the times that we discussed it.
Okay. And she repeatedly told you that Anissa had told you that they had to do this, correct?
Her term was, she said it was necessary. She could repeatedly say that it was necessary.
And did she tell you why it was necessary?
She was not aware. She was just following the directions of Anissa. Towards the end of the conversation, she talked a little bit that she didn't want to find out about what could possibly happen to her family.
Okay. And did she indicate what she was afraid could possibly happen to her family?
She said that it was necessary and that she was concerned it's just that a person told Anissa and that she only knows that this person told Anissa and that's why they needed to do it.
And she specifically referred to a man, correct?
Correct. The terms of the person changed a little bit. At first it was a man, then it was Slender Man, but very few references. Most times the response was it's because it was necessary, and that's what Anissa told me that we had to do.
Okay. And the term Slender Man, that came into the conversation later, correct?
There was one that was in the beginning when she talked about Anissa telling her, and she just brought up Slender Man, and I asked who he was, and then she just said, all I know is that he said that it was necessary.
Okay. I wish that he would have let Morgan continue to talk about the quizzes because she said, and they were kind of weird. I wish we would know what the quizzes were, and I'll tell you why. Like I've mentioned before, that second documentary that came out in 2020, there were screenshots from Anissa's YouTube account where she made a comment that she had taken a quiz and that she was a psychopath. There was another quote or another comment that was a screenshot from her YouTube channel that also about another. There were a few quizzes that were along the lines of, being a sociopath, a psychopath, mentally ill, I think is one of them too. So at any rate, I really just, I wish there was some follow up, because I would very much, I'm going to have to go back and watch. Oh, I can't. I'll figure it out.
She also identified that the man was the person who had chosen Payton.
I don't recall Morgan's or her saying that, Morgan saying that she knew that the man chose Payton.
Did she tell you why Payton was the one who was chosen?
She did not know.
And you don't recall her saying it was because the man Anissa was talking to chose?
I don't remember. I mean, can you ask the question, please?
Do you recall whether she told you that the man who Anissa was talking to chose Payton?
When I tried to ask her why Payton, she said that she didn't know that. That's just what Anissa told her.
Now again, she kept stressing that Anissa told her, and I'm looking at clip 4, 42.27 to 43.02.
You guys talked about doing this before? So, did you guys talk about doing this before, Tim?
Anissa told me we had to.
Why?
Because she said that he'd kill our families.
Who's he?
A man. I didn't know him, but Anissa knew him.
How much do you know?
I don't know. Anissa told me about him.
So she told you that Anissa had told you this man would kill their families.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
If they didn't do this.
Correct. But I don't think that they specifically said in that conversation that it was Payton that they had to kill.
Okay. Just that they had to kill someone?
Correct.
And there were times during this, as you said, when you would leave her alone when either she needed a break or you needed to consult with Detective Trisani, correct?
Correct.
And in your consulting and further investigation, did you come to feel that Ms. Geyser was being honest with you?
Actually, to the contrary, I thought that there was a times that she was trying to maybe control the situation or try to lead me down the path to believe that Anissa was the person that was 100% responsible for this.
Okay. When you left her alone, the tape was still rolling, correct?
Correct.
When you leave a suspect in a situation like that, you don't just leave them without eyes on them. You make sure that they're safe and that you know what's happening in the room, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to be playing at 113.07 to 159.50. So that was you leaving the room, correct?
Correct. Yeah, what time was that?
This one should be at 113.07.
Okay.
Would that be when you went to see Detective Trisani?
Yes.
I wish I could cross my arms, cross your mind beside me, and hold your paper heart when I was on your sleeve. All my life was on you, instead of promises, so easy. Shed a crush on staring right back at me. I wish I stood my tracks, leave me 'cause I'm so afraid. That's life, a random time, just change. If you were lost in heaven knows, danger.
Is this a fair representation of Morgan when you weren't in the room? If you
Yes.
were observing? Okay. And did you feel at any point in time that Ms. Geyser was not fully with you in the room?
No, I did not.
Okay. And it never occurred to you that she might have some mental health issue?
I mean, anytime we deal with these situations, there's always the concern that people have some type of mental illness. Most, or a lot of people that we deal with do, so it was a concern, something that we thought about.
But nothing that rose to the level of, say, doing an emergency detention?
Correct.
Okay. And this is a fair depiction of Ms. Geyser throughout the entire interview, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the last portion where she was singing, did you ever bother to figure out what it was she was singing?
I'm sure it's in the transcript. I can't recall the exact words that what she's saying.
Detective, have you taken crisis intervention training?
Some, yes.
When?
Different in-services. I don't know the exact dates.
Okay. You ever taken NAMI's crisis intervention training regarding juveniles?
No.
Okay. That question that she asked about what song Morgan was singing was super passive aggressive. Did you ever bother? That denotes that this attorney sounds like she has a little contempt for the way that this investigation was conducted.
Have you ever taken NAMI's crisis intervention training?
I have not.
And that's the National Alliance for Mentally Ill?
Yes.
Do you remember when the last time you did training on dealing with a mentally ill suspect was?
I don't recall a specific date.
How about an approximate date? How about just a year? Something?
After you had interviewed Morgan Geyser and gotten as much information as you could out of her, you learned that she said that Anissa had told her that this was necessary, that Payton was a friend of hers and had been there for her birthday party.
Yes.
So Violet asked, did she ever sing in the interrogation room or just tinkle herself and eat Hot Pockets? She never did sing, but she did more than tinkle on herself and eat Hot Pockets. Remember, she tried to do some stretches. At one point, it looked like she was going to feng shui the interrogation room. She looked like she was rifling through stuff. Shayna Hubers and Jodi Arias are the only singers that I can recall right now as we sit here off the top of my head. So there we go.
And that that eventually Payton was stabbed.
Correct.
That there had been several thoughts of how to do this.
Objection leading.
Overrule the objection. I see this as foundational.
And after you were done speaking with Ms. Geyser, you had to continue on with the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And there were many aspects to it, right?
Yes.
What sorts of information did you need to look at?
We were looking at her history to determine if anybody else was involved, trying to determine if there was anything that anybody would report that they observed with her, and if there was anything that was emails and other types of documentation that would lead us to gain an idea to understand things further.
Okay. And when you say to understand things further, is it fair to say that this was a confusing case for the department? It has a straightforward portion, but it was
every case has different twists and turns. There are no two cases that are the same. I've investigated multiple homicides, and none of them are exactly the same. There's always different twists and turns, and we try to follow the evidence to get to the truth.
Okay. So after interviewing the girls, you began looking at internet histories,
Correct.
emails exchanged between the girls,
Yes.
emails exchanged with PL.
Correct.
You talked to people at the school,
Yes, I did.
and by the school, that's Horning Middle School?
Yes, I did. I believe there was 9 school staff that I interviewed.
Okay. And having spoken with Morgan, you spoke with a number of people about what her behavior was like at school, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember speaking with anyone who indicated that her behavior was a little different?
I believe the term that was normally used was weird.
Okay. And what do you specifically recall any particular behaviors that she exhibited that were weird?
I believe that there was one report that at the beginning of the school year that she was running after kids in the playground barking at them. Some of the teachers said that the kids just told them that they thought she was weird, and it was probably something that happened from the year before they came to school, but they couldn't put a specific thing or incident on that.
Okay. And teachers also told you that she had at one point in time been observed by students playing with blood, correct?
I believe she had some blood on the tip of her finger, and the teacher told her that she should clean it up. She didn't think that anything was odd with that, but she didn't want her to have a social stigma, so she asked her to clean it up, and there was no further problems with that after.
Okay, so she was playing with blood on her fingers at school.
Correct.
So, Chicken Shite, this is a really good question. She says, oh God, I didn't even think of this. Did Bella have to testify? No. Bella did not want it. First of all, it's not really necessary under these circumstances for the victim to have to testify. Should they have, to testify under these circumstances? Because Bella was interviewed by an officer, by another detective. And so because Anissa has already admitted guilt, she's already pled guilty to second-degree attempted murder, there's no need for Payton to have to testify, Bella to have to testify. This is a determination about, it's not really about whether she did it or she didn't do it. It's her level of culpability. Is she mentally ill, and therefore, and the mental illness is so great that she shouldn't be held criminally responsible in the same manner as if she were not. That's what the crux of this is about. So she did not have to testify. And I know, because I remember this through reading and watching things, that Payton did not want to testify at all. She was very, very apprehensive, very scared, and did not want to testify. So she did not have to. Although I do think that a statement from Payton was read at both of the girls' sentencing. All right, here we go.
She had also been disciplined for bringing, I believe, a rubber mallet to school.
Yes, she was.
And what did you learn about that?
When I talked to Morgan initially, she told me about the incident, and she told me that I would obviously get the records so I would know about it. And during my discussion with her, she didn't want to talk about it any further because she said it had already been talked about with the assistant principal, and she didn't want to talk about it any further. From the information that I got from the school is that one day she showed up and two kids saw her with a rubber mallet in her locker. There was no confrontation with any other children, but they called her to the office, talked to her about it, and then she was suspended because of this.
And she seemed upset about being suspended, correct?
My understanding is she's more upset because her parents were contacted.
In fact, there was one report that she fell to the ground.
It sounds familiar.
And one of the leads you needed to follow up on was a report that another student had started about the rubber mallet and there being threats, correct?
Correct.
That was a student named Bella.
Correct.
Not Payton.
Correct.
But a different girl named Bella.
Yes.
And the teachers that you spoke with said they didn't believe that girl even knew Morgan.
Correct.
But she was still talking about her.
My understanding from talking to people at the school that after this happened, there was hundreds of kids that came forward and said that they had information about before, after, during, that most of the stuff they ruled out that nobody really knew. They were just trying to do things for attention. So this was another one of those incidents that we believe that that's what she was trying to do.
Okay. And the teachers at school also told you that Morgan's behaviors were they thought they were just for attention.
Correct.
And so that's why they just treated them as weird behaviors of a child.
I think at that age, a lot of different kids at 12-year-olds, they go through different transitional things going from grade school to middle school. And I think it was just a growth thing, and they thought that she'd grow out of it. I know that the girls had some problems at the beginning of the school year, but by the time this happened, they thought that all those behaviors were cleared up.
Okay. So the teachers thought that the kids had worked through whatever they needed to work through.
Yes.
But they'd had problems in the beginning.
Correct.
You also talked with teachers at the school about Anissa.
Yes, I did.
And you learned that she was in the flight academy
Yes,
and that she was a good student.
she was.
And she at times had some issues relating to other kids, correct?
I guess if the other kids didn't perform to the level that she wanted them to, she would not be afraid to say something to them to try to get them to do what she wanted.
Okay. And you...
Now, just for my own curiosity, what I would like to know is, did these behaviors that the teachers labeled as attention-seeking behaviors from both Anissa and Morgan, did those behaviors stop when they became friends? Because if they did, I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that is because they each found their missing piece. That is all. Let's keep going.
Talked to Ms. Crowder, one of her teachers.
Yes.
And Mr. Allen, her other
Yes.
teacher. Ms. Crowder even had to sit down with the girls, right? And talk to them about not being mean to Anissa.
Correct. I believe that was at the beginning of the school year, and she said that after that there was no more incidents. I think that goes back to something that happened the previous year.
Okay. So the teacher sat down with the kids, said, don't be mean to someone, and everything got better.
Correct.
That sound like middle school kids to you?
I have two of them, it does.
Okay. You also went through at school and gathered the emails from the children's email accounts, correct?
Yes, I did.
As well as your department gathered email accounts from the school, from the homes, and gathered that as a part of the evidence that was taken in this case, correct?
I believe that Anissa had 2 email accounts, and so did Morgan. We did not go through any of the parents' emails accounts, I don't believe.
Okay. But you went through the girls.
Yes, we did.
Did you locate any references to Slender Man?
There were.
What sorts of references? Do you recall?
I think that there were stories that they referenced back and forth about Slender Man.
And what about Jeff the Killer?
I believe there is a reference to Jeff the Killer in them.
Do you recall what the reference was?
Not exactly.
Okay. You brought a number of things with you today at my request.
Yes, I did.
And these are things that were taken in the course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And come down, please. If I have a moment, Your Honor, I want to show Captain Casey the copies of the minutes we use as exhibits. Make sure that they match what we have.
All right, thank you. I'm going to pass down, Ms. McMahon, I'm going to pass down a microphone. So we're sure to be able to pick up what you say.
Hey, Angie, welcome in. So Angie says, how old are the girls now? I missed a lot. All right. So this happened May 31st of 2014. And they were 12 at the time. In fact, Morgan had just turned 12, the 16th of May. So that being 11 years ago, they are 23 now. Well, Morgan is 22, almost 23. Yeah. They're still young. I mean, what's interesting about their age, it just occurred to me, is that they're still below the mean average for frontal lobe development. For the when the frontal lobe is, I don't think it's called the frontal lobe anymore. I think they call it something else. It's the where's Dr. B when you need her? It's called the frontal cortex. So she would be, they're both younger than the mean average of when the frontal cortex is fully developed. which is kind of scary. Okay, so RDG says, and by the way, welcome in, RDG. Since seeing their interrogations a long time ago, I've been appalled that it seemed like nobody else could see through Anissa's piss poor acting abilities. It's pretty clear she was running the show. You have found your tribe. Because after I had only seen what most everybody has seen, right? Which was snippets of really both girls' interrogations. I'd not seen them from start to finish all the way through, right? And I was, after watching Beware the Slender Man, which I watched when it came out, which I think actually did come out in 2018. Let me Google that in a minute while they after I stop for this. But anyway, and they only played snippets. And then I got busy with, life and kids and all of that, and kind of just took it at face value, that it was just a, that the narrative that was correct, that Morgan was running the show and that, Anissa just went along with her. But then listening it was Monday. It's only been like 2 days. Well, 3, I guess, since we heard Anissa's full interrogation. I had my mind completely changed, and I saw, and a lot of the chat saw exactly what you're talking about, RDG. So thank you. And then Angie asks, who is Bloody Mary? Sorry for all of the questions. Don't be sorry. You want to know. All right. So it's like an urban legend. It's one of those things that kids tell each other. And it's basically this woman who is, like she was alive at one point, and I don't know what happened, and I don't remember the story about how she got trapped in the mirror, but at the end of the day, she's trapped in the mirror, and if you say her name in the bathroom with the lights turned off 3 times, she appears. And different stories have different endings. Some people say, she brings you into the mirror. Some people say she claws your eyes out, which kills you. I mean, there's all kinds of, ends, how the urban legend ends. But basically, none of the endings are good for the person who actually says does this. Now, they did do a Supernatural episode about Bloody Mary, and it wasn't instantaneous. If you called her, she would follow you around, and you would see her in reflective surfaces for like, I can't remember, was it 4 or 5, something like that, days before I think you had 7 days, something similar to The Ring. I can't remember anyway, but they did an episode on it too. And I really was like, I'm not even going to front, you guys, not even a little. Like when I saw that episode, I had to have been, obviously I was an adult, I'd been an adult for quite some time by the time Supernatural came out. But anywho, I will confess that initially when I was watching it on Netflix and it got to that episode and I saw the title, I was uncomfortable for a minute. Like some of that stuff you just don't let go of. Or maybe I don't let go of. But anyway, that's who that is.
I'm going to ask you,
You have to use the microphone.
and actually, Your Honor, if I may, I want to have the detective do a brief review of the exhibits that we've prepared. It might be more efficient if I just allow him to look at them and then go forward with that.
I'll allow you to do it any way you want, just so we can hear what you're doing.
Okay.
Is it easier if you're up on the witness stand, having the detective do it there, so he has a microphone?
Sure.
Okay, I missed this earlier question. So Shayna Hubers did it, and she she shot her boyfriend, and she claimed that it was a result of domestic violence, that she was defending herself. Jody said many things. Initially, she said, I don't know what happened. Travis who? I mean, she admitted she knew him, but she had no idea what happened. Then it was ninjas. And then it was it was self-defense. That's what she said. All right, here we go.
I'm showing you both a sealed plastic container, including what is noted as item 6, sorry, that kind of day, item 56.
Correct.
Can you tell me what that is?
It's a black notebook that's spiral bound. It was taken from the locker of Anissa Weier at school.
And it is her Spanish notebook, correct? Also in front of you is Exhibit G. Can you tell me what that is? In your hands.
This?
Yes.
G? Isn't this this is a photocopy of item number 56?
Correct.
What was the first exhibit that he was handed?
He has
The exhibit
number
number?
56 from the police department.
That's Exhibit G.
Correct. Exhibit G is a photocopy that we made of the,
Of item 56.
correct.
All right. And there's nothing magic about it, is there?
I hope not.
No, okay. So 56 is G. A copy of.
A copy of 56.
So let's just
However,
be clear. Exhibit G is a copy of item 56, true?
True.
All right.
now there is one difference between item 56, and we looked at it together during the evidence view, and Exhibit G. A number of blank pages were removed. Am I correct in that description?
I believe there's a number difference, yes.
Okay. Does anything in item G strike you as not being included from number 56?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So you recognize that as the notebook that was taken from Anissa Weier's locker?
Yes.
And it's a Spanish notebook, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the notebook, about 3 or 4 pages in, what do you find?
You talking about the drawing that you fill out in the front, or
No.
a different one? Different one? The third page, it says March 13, theme concert, We Are the Young, 71, We Are the Future, Tomorrow, 54, Seize the Moment, 71, Simple Song of Peace, 65.
And after that?
Next page.
Yes, sir.
Some scribbling, and that could be a bird upside down, and then some scribbling, and I guess it's a bird upside down.
And after that?
After that, it's the back of the notebook.
Okay. Detective, why don't you look through and see if you recognize the phrase always watching or always watches within that?
Sorry, Ms. McMahon, are we still in Exhibit G?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like there's something written that appears to be that in the, more in the middle of the notebook.
And after that, is there a picture of a faceless man?
There's one blank page that's in between.
Just to be fair here, Roz from Monsters, Inc. also says, always watching. So make that of it what you will. I mean, I don't think that the issue at hand here, Miss Defense Attorney, ma'am, is that Morgan Geyser was clearly obsessed with Slender Man. I don't think that's an issue, and I don't even think it's an issue. Not an issue. Let me rephrase that. It's not in dispute. Like everybody agrees with that. So I'm not really sure where this line of questioning is going, because I don't. Is it not your intention to prove that Morgan was the one running the show? How do these drawings prove that? That is all.
So in the back of the notebook, not to the end of the notebook, but on the inner pages, there's always watches, correct?
Correct.
And there's a faceless man with a tie.
Yes.
Did you, in your investigation, come to learn what the phrase always watching or always watches refers to?
No.
Okay. Never heard that was a reference to Slender Man.
I mean, I know that they say that he always watches, but where the exact phrase came from, or that it's keyed or coined just as that, I don't know that.
Okay. So in the back of the notebook, not all the way to the end, but within the inner pages, surrounded by blank pages, you have always watches and a faceless man with a tie, correct?
Correct.
You also recovered the department recovered a number of notebooks from Ms. Geyser, correct?
Correct.
Oh, wait. My bad. In my attempt at snark, which, let's be honest, I was successful in the snark, but these were Anissa's page. But I'll pose the same question. This was Anissa's notebook, but I'll pose the same question. How do these drawings prove Morgan was the leader, number one? Number two, that Anissa's motive for killing Payton was that she was in fear of Slender Man, that this was a shared delusion by the two of them. Are you going somewhere with this? That's all. While we wait for the defense attorney to get organized here, I'm going to give her a compliment sandwich.
Showing you.
All right. I can appreciate the fact that while she's shuffling those papers, the mic appears to be off. Everybody who is using earbuds or headphones, thanks you. But that's the good news. But my question still stands. Are we going to be getting to to the crux of all of this? Because I'm not sure.
It's been marked as Exhibit H and asking you if that is a copy of item 61, Morgan Science Notebook.
It appears so.
And within Ms. Geyser's science notebook, were there a number of pictures?
Yes.
And how many of them did you have an opportunity to review?
Right now, you want me to count them? 1.
I'm sorry, this is Exhibit H?
Yes.
I don't know what that is. I don't have it. I don't believe I don't want it.
Is it H as in how the hell does this prove anything? H? That exhibit?
It's a composition book that says TAPS on the front, and then it says Science, item number 61.
I don't have a copy of that. I'm sorry.
Apologize, Your Honor. I believed that everyone did. The court also has a copy. Your Honor, I apologize. May we have a brief recess to make sure that the state has all the copies they need?
Well, they only need one right now, right?
Oh, sweet Jesus. Hold on a minute. Can somebody over there at the defense table give this lady an assist? Come on, there's no I in team. What are y'all doing?
Here, I think I have my copy of H. Ms. McMahon, is this H?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll pass that to the clerk. You can give it to the state. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These are the science note. This is the science notebook that was provided in the disc from the DA's office. You've had an opportunity to review it,
Yes, I have.
and does it meet with your recollection of what was contained in that document?
I believe that it is.
And do you feel the need to open the exhibit to determine whether or not it's accurate?
No, I trust you.
Thank you. May I have the exhibit, please?
You done with this one? You're done with that?
Yeah, give her back her evidence, bro, so she can shuffle some more papers for another 27 minutes. I know that I have very little patience for people who are disorganized, even though sometimes I can be unorganized and disorganized. Believe me, nobody is harder on me when I do things like that. When I think I'm organized, but it turns out I'm not, I'm so hard on myself. So I judge me too. I judge others for that, and I judge my own self. So I'm fair in that way. RDG says, at best, Anissa got caught up in the fantasy emboldened by Morgan's mental illness. But personally, I suspect antisocial personality disorder. I think, and I was thinking about this when I was reading your comment, you know, the thing about court is it's not what you know, it's what you can prove, right? And so I am curious if, you know, for on Morgan's defense team as well as Anissa's defense team might have had similar questions, similar theories, et cetera, but they felt that they could best prove the ones they're proving, and so that's why they're going with it. If that makes sense, because yeah. Also, I forgot that as Chicken Shite so astutely pointed out and correctly pointed out, the other lawyer is working on his rhymes and beats. Jeez. You're right. You're right. I forgot about that. I'm going to cut the other lawyer some slack. Here we go.
Fair to say, within the science notebook, there were a number of things that related to Slender Man?
Yes, it looks like those are defenses for Slender Man and defenses against Jeff the Killer.
And who was Jeff the Killer? I'm trying to get it turned the proper way so that you can read it. All right.
Another fictitious person that's written about on the internet with stories.
Okay. And was it your understanding that both of the girls seemed to have an understanding of who Jeff the Killer was?
I guess from my interview with Morgan, I really can't say that she has an understanding of who Jeff the Killer is.
Okay.
Would that be?
In your
Hold on.
conversations with Detective...
Hold on. Would that be because you didn't ask her those questions? And please don't misunderstand me. It's frustrating because I think we would be able to have, as the public, right? And that's who she's supposed to be. That's why they did everything that they did in this case with these girls, right? Was in an effort to protect the public. Hi, I'm the public. So I have questions. All right. And I wonder if this detective hadn't asked further probing questions, if we would have a better idea. And I say that because part of protecting the public, yeah, keeping them away from the public, that's a good way to protect the public, right? But also, maybe we could protect the public from a future Morgan and Anissa if we only had a better understanding. And the only way to understand is to get them to talk. It doesn't mean that you believe every single thing that comes out of their mouths. That's not what I'm suggesting. But how can you weed out what the truth is versus what's manipulation versus what's meant part of the mental illness and all of that if you don't ask the questions? Sir, do you got regrets? I wonder if he has regrets. Yes. Boss lady says, anyone know whatever happened to Payton and how she is now? You know, she's okay. She did an interview with 2020 back in 2016, I think it was, or 15. It's on YouTube. I can't play it because copyright claim, but it's on YouTube. She seems like she's doing like in that interview, she seemed like she was doing okay. You know what I mean? Like she was trying really hard to put this behind her, to understand what happened, to get coping mechanisms and all of that. But the bottom line is she wanted to move on and have her life. And she should, and she deserves that. But yeah, I think you know, it's just frustrating. I have questions, and it's not like I'm not saying, oh, I could have done a better job. I don't know what kind of job I could have done. Right. And I am, in a sense, Monday morning quarterbacking this. Okay. But here's the thing, only from this detective, because the detective that interviewed Anissa did a fantastic job and asked those questions.
Trasani, did you hear of that individual coming from Anissa?
I mean, I've heard that reference, and there's been other conversations, and obviously I've looked on the internet. Before this, I had no idea who Slender Man or Jeff the Killer was.
Okay. So once you looked on the internet, once you began realizing that this might have something to do with your case, you started checking into it.
Correct.
Okay. So you note here that within Morgan's science book, she kept defenses against the Slenders, correct?
Correct.
For example, Slender Man, the only defense noted, run like hell, correct?
Correct.
It's hard to read some of them. But you have the idea that Maskey and Hoodie, the proxies.
I mean, I see the names on there.
Mm-hmm. Defense against them, offer cheesecake, correct?
Correct.
The Observer, need more info. To Toby, try to relate to him. Ben drowned. Was that another of the individuals through the Creepypasta website?
I mean, I don't recall that one.
Okay. The attacks, spray him with cat pee, correct?
Correct.
Salgo or Zolgo, get ready to die. Jeff the Killer, pepper spray, correct?
Correct.
So a list of ways to protect yourself.
Correct.
List of supplies necessary. Pepper spray for Jeff, right? Map of the forest. Did you learn what forest figured into this?
I know what Anissa said.
Okay. And that was the Nicolay forest, correct?
Correct.
Camera, spray bottle for Ben, cheesecake for Maskey and Hoodie, the will to live, weapons, a kitchen knife, and flashlights, right? List of supplies necessary.
Is the witness planning on answering? I haven't heard.
That's what it states, yes.
All right. Thank you.
And again, that was from Morgan's science notebook.
Correct.
Did you come to learn in your research on the Creepypasta wiki what the circle with the two X's mean?
No.
Did you ever have anyone tell you that it was a reference to Slender Man?
No.
Okay. And yet you've got the he still sees you, correct?
That's what it says.
Same sign, only one this time. Never alone, right?
That's what it states.
Again, in her science notebook, in Morgan's locker, in the school, correct?
Correct.
Safe or dead, right?
That's what it says.
Again, in the science notebook, in the locker of a child in a school.
Yes.
Don't look out the window, right?
That is what it says.
Do you have any idea the purpose behind the tentacles?
No. I'm not sure that they are tentacles, but
Again, the circle with the X in it, right? All over the place. And he cannot be harmed, right?
that's what it states.
No more secrets. And again, a man, and you can't be sure they're tentacles, but there's something coming off his back, right?
Correct.
And you knew from Detective Trasani, Anissa believed that Slender Man had tentacles that he could use to strangle people.
I'm not sure about strangling, but I know that they stated that he had tentacles.
And
The
again,
sign of the circle with the X in it,
yeah.
help never comes.
Right. And again, for the 11 billionth time, their obsession with Slender Man is not in question. Moreover, you continue to point out the things that Morgan has drawn, and I must remind the chat and the people listening on replay that Anissa admits to being the one to tell Morgan about Slender Man, about creepypasta, all those things. So this is not proving your case, lady.
Right?
Correct.
A drawing of a structure, correct? Or a person. Hard to tell.
Could be a chair. I don't know.
Tower.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But a reference to safe.
It states safe on the paper.
Okay. Now, these were all just in her science notebook.
Right.
In her locker at the school.
A fact that's not disputed is that Morgan was, again, completely obsessed with Slender Man, who was introduced to her by your client. So I wanted to take a moment to point out what Call Me Sadie looked up for us. She's so good at this. You're such a good noodle, Call Me Sadie. Thank you so much. Call Me Sadie said, I just read an article that said when Anissa was released to the, oh, that's not the one. Oh, yeah, that when Anissa was released to the group home in 2021, Payton was a sophomore at a college in another area. So she's doing what college, she's living her life, which is good. I'm so glad. She deserves that. I mean, my goodness, I can't imagine what it would have been like to be her that day. The fear, the confusion, the betrayal. It's sad. Breaks my heart for her.
Yes.
Also, stop asking this man. Hold on. Also, could you please stop asking this witness these questions about what's in the drawings? Art is subjective. How would he know what she meant to draw? You can't, is it labeled? No. So cut him some slack.
This I don't have I either. But this is what you gave me to be in your exhibits.
Also, while they're going over these exhibits, the prosecutor in this case was also featured in that second documentary that came out in 2020.
Is that 62?
Hold on.
From the
He makes some really good points in that documentary. I just wanted to let you guys know that. And he's really snarky in a way that I enjoy. That is all.
Correct.
From the police inventory locker. And that is a copy of a wide-ruled notebook, also from Ms. Geyser, correct?
Yes, it is.
Also found in her locker at school.
Yes.
I, too, prefer a wide-ruled
And
notebook.
The Exhibit I, do you recognize that as a copy of the evidence from the locker?
It appears so.
Okay. Should take a look through it.
I feel the same way. Preschool Granny says, I can't imagine what she goes through today worried about them getting out. Yeah. And that, I'm sure she lives in fear of them because they didn't achieve their goal. And could they come back and hurt her? But I also suspect she worries that they would harm somebody else because they weren't successful in completing their goal. I like wide rules, Sadie. Call me Sadie, because you can make corrections above something that you've written on the line. On a wide ruled, it's a little more difficult to do it on a college ruled.
And this was a wide
Thank you,
rule
Lil
notebook
Red.
taken again from
Appreciate
Morgan Geyser's
that.
locker, correct?
Correct.
Again, the same odd symbol, correct?
Correct.
And then the circle with the X through it,
Yes.
arrow pointing to it, and it says, run like hell. For Slender. J, pepper spray. Looks like, can't quite make that out. Might be a JS, Smiling Jack. Another one of the Slender, another one of the killers.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. Asked to play hide and seek, right?
Correct.
Yes, Lil Red. Payton survived. That's why they were
Yeah.
charged with attempted.
Down to M and H, loves cheesecake.
That's what it appears to state.
Mm-hmm. Anissa has been added in, correct?
I believe it looks like Anissa.
And then Momo. Do you know who Momo is?
No idea.
What? Hold on a
Mumbled
minute.
and nervous.
You don't know who Momo is, detective, after all this? Bruh.
Now, was that a question?
It says mumble and nervous after Momo, correct?
Can I see it again, please?
Yes, sir.
Again,
Do you need me to zoom in?
hold on a minute.
Sure.
Again, what does this prove? If you're trying to prove that your client was the follower and that these were all of Anissa's, that these were Morgan's plans, you that can't be proven with this. I hope you have some more, because all this proves is that Morgan made a list. It doesn't prove that the list came solely and from her head.
Are you talking the second line? up,
Correct,
Not
right.
the bottom one?
Right up next to Momo.
Yeah, I would say it probably says mumble and nervous.
Okay.
You know, call me Sadie. I like if I'm going to turn something in for somebody else
Last
to
page
read.
talks
Hold on.
about finding radio tower, correct?
Correct.
I will start over. I don't make corrections, but most of the time now, whenever I'm writing something, it's usually the narrative, things that I want to read for for a video I'm making. And usually the correction comes when I actually say the words out loud and I realize it doesn't sound quite right. So I don't have time to start over. If I did that every time something didn't sound right, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I probably have to create some type of PayPal pool for funding for notebooks.
In woods. Slender, possibility of proxy group and other creepypastas, correct?
Correct.
And again, a list of supplies, cameras with extra batteries, pepper spray
Yes, it states that.
for Jeff,
Correct.
and a picture of a strange face.
Correct.
Zolgo, and it's hard to make out what it says after Zolgo.
That's funny.
Now, Morgan
Hold on.
didn't tell you about Zolgo.
Let me say this. Chicken Shite says, my son writes like a giraffe on ice skates and a pen in its mouth. Oh my goodness. You know, I have to say, I'm proud of my kids and their penmanship. And it is because my dad was, both my parents were taught, went to school in Catholic school for a while. I think my mom stopped at junior high, but my dad definitely went all the way through. It was always Catholic school. And so the nuns were really picky about penmanship. And one of the things that my dad taught me and instilled in me was that if you're writing something, it is a form of communication, and why bother if nobody can read your communication? So he's super, picky about that. And I would say the same things to my kids when they were writing. How is the teacher supposed to know whether, or usually around spelling words? Remember how your kids had to write the spelling words like 5 times each, so that they would remember how to spell them? And I would say, how is your teacher supposed to grade this? And know that, and how are you supposed to remember the word and how it's spelled if you can't even read what you just wrote? So, yeah, here we go.
Go, correct?
We did not talk about Zalgo.
Did you ever come to learn from Detective Trusani or the creepypasta wiki who Zalgo was?
No.
Did you ask? Probably not. I mean, obviously, if you would have asked, you would have learned. So I'm going to go ahead and say no, you didn't ask. Counselor, I'm going to need you to speed it up. What's the deal? What are you proving with this? Or attempting to prove? What do you think this shows? Something that's not in dispute, that they were obsessed with Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, and creepypasta?
J. And does that look to you like a true and accurate copy of item number 65 from the police inventory?
J as in geez, get to the point already. Or
I referred to it as a child's craft. Is that a fair description?
Just get to the point already.
I mean, an adult could have made this as well.
She does remind me of Sally Jesse too. Rachel Lee.
This was found in Ms.
And
Geyser's locker as well?
Correct.
Not just the mic, but the looking over her glasses. That's very Sally Jesse Raphael-esque.
Looks like there's a paper doily and some purple fabric or purple paper underneath it.
Yes.
Anissa and Morgan, or Morgan and Anissa, correct?
Correct.
Apostrophe.
Asterisk.
And then a note, if you can make her do her things. Now the asterisk seems to relate to Anissa, correct?
Correct.
The second page, hard to make out. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it or not.
I think that's illegible. I think it's illegible. I have a copy here and I can't make it out.
Then I'd ask the officer to open the exhibit. Or
I can read it through the back.
You can read it through the back?
I believe it's glued on the back of the doily.
Thank you. Please read it.
It says, Morgan, cause no trouble at all. Give me a full play-by-play of what I missed. Eat your sandwich. Get to your classes on time. Anissa, make sure Morgan stays out of trouble. Make her eat her sandwich. Olive, make sure she does the... I'm not sure what the last word is.
So it's a list of chores for each of the girls, correct?
I think some behaviors to follow.
Yeah.
That Anissa's supposed to look after Morgan.
It's a list of, okay, I'll use your word, chores, right? Wherein Anissa is in charge of making sure that Morgan does specific things. That's Anissa's list of chores. Make sure that Morgan does A, B, C, and D. Does the follower make sure the leader is doing what they're supposed to be doing? No.
Make her eat her sandwich. Keep her out of trouble.
Or is it Morgan looking after Anissa?
What is the list? Hard to say.
Well, it has an asterisk next to Anissa's name, so I'm not sure if that means that Morgan's supposed to make her do these things. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It literally, one of the lists is make Morgan eat her sandwich. Why would Morgan need to make Morgan eat her sandwich? Why would she refer to herself in the third person like that? Come on. Context clues.
Showing you exhibit letter K.
And let me
Does appear
just
to
be
A
clear.
copy of item 66, the police inventory drawing.
Let me just be clear here. Morgan being the leader or Anissa being the leader changes nothing for me. They're both accountable for what they did. But when a narrative I feel is incorrect and there's evidence to the contrary, I feel like I should point it out. That's all.
Drawings from Morgan Geyser's locker.
See, for me, Donahue came on during the day, and Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah came on in the afternoon. And actually, my peak Sally Jesse Raphael watching years were when she came on at night.
Yes, it does.
But actually, I just want to point something out really quick because this is interesting and goes to exactly what we're talking about. All right. So Violet said Sally Jesse Raphael came on before Oprah and after Donahue. And Rachel Lee says before Donahue. I feel like Donahue's been around forever. Now, I read what Violet wrote and I interpreted it as she's listing the order in which the shows came on television, like their time slots. But Rachel interpreted it as they were around pre-Donahue days. And that's my point. It's what Violet wrote is what Violet wrote, and Rachel interpreted it one way and I interpreted another, which again goes to show that you can't. Yeah, I think it is Geraldo, Violet, but it just goes to show you that we're both reading the same exact text. And there's nothing magical about what I read. It's not different than what Rachel read, but we have two different interpretations of what Violet was trying to convey. So just keep that in mind. That's all. I forgot what I was going to say about that. I got distracted by Geraldo because Geraldo came on too. It was Geraldo, Sally, then Jerry.
So this is Exhibit K, which would be drawings that were pulled from the locker of Morgan Geyser, correct?
Correct.
Are we going to see any evidence
Again, you've got the always watches.
pertaining to your point here?
The symbol with X's, the two X's. Save me, end me.
Yes.
Whoa, too much zoom. Back it up, back it up, back it up.
Picture of an individual with a knife, dripping blood, correct?
Correct.
Faceless individual in a suit with a tie and fingers that appear to be misshapen.
Correct.
Do you recognize this as anyone?
I mean, it's possibly a reference to Slender Man. I think usually he has some kind of tentacles coming out of his back, but I could only guess.
Oh dear. We're writing.
Story that's very difficult to read, beginning with Jeffrey Woods, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who Jeffrey Woods is a reference to?
I have no idea.
Jeff the Killer. Even I know this. Come on.
An individual with looks like a bloody mouth saying, "I just wanted to smile," correct?
Correct.
Talking about bullying after the story about Jeff Woods.
Correct.
Again, individual with a knife. Skull yo-yo. multiple circles with X's. Again, this was taken from the locker in the school, correct?
Correct.
Again, you have most of the circles or faces with the X'd out eyes, correct?
Correct.
Then an individual without a face, and it appears to be tentacles, correct?
Correct.
Words, you are a strange child. It will be of my use, correct?
Correct.
Now, we know that these are parodies of Slender Man, correct?
That's what it states.
Because it's titled Slender Parodies. Oh, Fender Man, Splendor Man, Something Man, and looks like a tourist man with the camera. Individual in a suit, no face, tentacles, children in his tentacles, correct?
Correct.
Again, that safe symbol.
Correct.
Can't run. And the 0 with the X, correct?
Correct.
Always watches, no eyes. Any idea what that's a reference to?
No idea.
Not from any of your research in the creepypasta or talking with Detective Trasani?
No.
Similar graphic. Can't run. Trees. Slender Man. Safe. Right?
Correct.
Jeff the Kitten. Again, safe. The woods all around. And save me. Right?
That's what it appears to state.
All in the locker of a 12-year-old.
Correct.
Now, as far as a student, Morgan was a good student, correct?
They both were, I believe.
Okay. Turned their homework in, showed up on time,
Correct.
gave nobody, other than the suspension for the hammer for Morgan, blood on her fingers and chasing children, barking. Not discipline problems, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to Exhibit G.
It won't. So Sadie asks, how is this going to help the agenda of getting Anissa released? It won't, but this trial is about whether she is mentally ill and therefore should be sentenced to a psychiatric facility, or whether she should go to prison. So the defense is attempting to prove that Anissa is mentally ill and therefore could not control her behavior in accordance with the law. But all this evidence is Morgan. So I don't see how this helps Anissa at all.
Show everybody. This is Anissa's Spanish notebook, correct?
Correct.
We've already seen the Spanish notebook. What are you doing?
The majority of it in this book from Anissa's locker is Spanish, right?
Correct.
What you would expect to find in a notebook.
It is a waste of time, I agree.
Child who was working hard, it appears, correct?
Correct.
Maybe Anissa wasn't a doodler. Maybe the only time she was truly obsessed with Slender Man and knowing all of the things about Slender Man
Always watches, correct?
That's
what it states.
is when she was talking and interacting with Morgan. I don't know.
No tentacles, but the faceless man with the tie, correct?
Correct.
Rachel says, yeah, Sally Jesse here seems to think she's being paid by the hour. Yeah, you're not an expert witness, ma'am. Paid by paid for every hour you appear in court. Who knows? Maybe she is. I don't know. I don't think so. Actually, I know she's not, because she's appointed.
Has already indicated that you helped with the recovery of information from the girls' email accounts, correct?
Correct.
Oh, my stars. Where are we going with this, counselor?
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit L.
L for
pages.
let's
They're
get this
separate
show
emails,
on the
correct?
road.
On this one, yeah. Yes, they're dated 2
I'm
different times.
speeding them up to 1.5.
One of them was an email from Morgan to Anissa,
I
correct?
can't do this anymore.
Correct.
And the email indicated that she'd found proof that Jeff was real, correct?
Hey, I'm Kaylin. Good to see you, bud. Sorry, Miss Defense Attorney, ma'am, lady. You're getting the 1.5
That she
treatment.
says that she knows that it's real.
If you look at Frag 7, the first one.
I mean, just by this article, you want me to surmise that Morgan knew that he was
No.
real?
Just that Morgan sent this article to Anissa, correct?
Yeah, she sent it. I thought you asked a different question.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the second page was a different day, correct? And it referenced her father having told her that there was a serial killer in the Milwaukee area like Jeff the Killer, correct?
Yes, and he stated, wasn't there like a creepypasta? I believe that was the father's response.
Right.
There was a serial killer in Milwaukee, and his name was Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay.
If you look at Exhibit L, now that is something you recognize as having been sent from Morgan Geyser to Anissa Weier, correct?
Correct.
And it was a news story that supposedly related to Jeffrey Woods, correct?
Can you move over a little bit so I can read it?
If you look outside of the picture of the newspaper article, along here, I have some proof Jeffrey is real. I did some research, correct?
Correct.
I don't like to watch movies with subtitles, call me Sadie, and I'll
did you ever
tell you
come to find out
why.
who Jeffrey Woods was?
No.
I don't like to watch it because if I want to read, I'll get a book. Like when the whole movie is subtitles. Like I'm down for a little
Again.
reading, but not the whole movie.
This was an email from Morgan to Anissa, correct?
Correct.
Referencing having heard that there was a serial killer that resembled Jeff the Killer, correct?
Which sentence are you referencing?
Too far down.
And what was your question again?
It references Jeff the Killer. It's an email from Morgan Geyser, correct?
Correct.
Can you read it? Should I zoom in a little?
I can read it now.
Okay.
I guess I don't understand your question.
It says you know there is currently a serial killer in Milwaukee that resembles Jeff the Killer, correct?
Correct.
My dad came downstairs and asked, wasn't there like a creepypasta smiley face killing thing? And it was just like Jeff, tell you more later?
That's what it states.
Okay, and that was from Morgan Geyser to Anissa Weier.
Correct.
And that was May 21st, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that email part of Exhibit G?
It is Exhibit L, sir.
L.
Detective, you were also aware that at some point in time a note was found, a note on a phone from Anissa Weier to her family, correct?
Correct. I saw that note on the 31st while we were still looking for the two girls.
Okay. And it included both sort of a last will and testament and a goodbye, correct?
At that point, we weren't sure if it was a suicide note or exactly what it meant.
Okay. I'm showing you what I've marked as Exhibit C and D. Exhibit C is on top. And Exhibit D is beneath that, correct?
Correct.
One was an indicator that she wanted everything she had to go to her parents.
Correct.
And the other was, fair to summarize, as a goodbye note?
Correct.
And you recognize those as things you saw on the date of the 31st?
Yes.
This was the note that you saw on the phone.
Yes.
And this was Anissa Weier's phone, correct?
Yes, it was.
And it was left at her parents' condo.
Yes, it was. Her father's condo.
And this was her final wish to those who care. Do not grieve my absence, but remember me for who I was. I love and cherish you all. It wouldn't do you harm, correct?
That's what it states.
And it appears to have been written, typed, however you refer to it, on May 28th at about 4:05?
Correct.
So that would have been the Wednesday before the birthday party.
I believe so.
And again, Exhibit C, I want everything I own to go to my parents, and best wishes to all who knew me personally. Do not miss me.
Correct.
The tone of those notes, you weren't sure what they meant, but you were afraid they might be a suicide-type situation.
That's what my initial impression was when I read that.
There were a number of items recovered when the girls were found, correct?
Yes.
And most of them were contained in what?
A purse.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit O. You should have copies of these.
Is there an issue that's going on?
Maybe getting low on a battery as far as her hearing.
I see.
Would the court like to take a break at this time to change that out and let people stretch?
Well, it may be appropriate to do it at this time. Let's take
Thank
our...
And Judge, is there a way to check to see what testimonies you may have missed?
I don't know. We can ask her what she missed, but she may not know if she missed it.
Well, she may
Since it's here.
know, like, the last exhibit she remembered hearing about.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I'm
That's-
skipping through this.
Well, we'll take a recess at this point, and no. All right. That record in the papers, you may...
To be cautious. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm just to be cautious. I believe the last thing we were reviewing before the break, Detective Casey, was the notes that you found on the phone, on Anissa Weier's phone. And just because there was concern about someone hearing, I wanted to make sure she had the opportunity. So
You could send her the exhibit.
Tell her, Judge, like, come on. What are you doing over here, lady?
So this is the note, kind of a will and testament that was found on the phone of Anissa Weier on May 31st of 2014, correct?
Correct.
And that is Exhibit, I believe, C, that you previously identified. And also present on that phone was the additional note that you were concerned might be some form of a suicide note because you didn't know what you were dealing with at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that is Exhibit B, or Exhibit D, excuse me.
D as in David?
D as in David, correct?
Correct.
And this is a fair and accurate copy of what you saw that day?
Yes.
D is in damn, this doesn't
And
prove
based on what
shit.
you read in the will and testament and the note, you were concerned that the young lady might have suicide on her mind.
Correct.
And again, the young lady whose phone it was Anissa Weier.
That is correct.
And so the assumption was that it was her note, correct?
Correct.
Now, I had placed in front of you a number of items, correct?
Correct.
Can you take a look at them? Tell me if you recognize them, then I'll put them up on the screen if you do.
Oh, for the love of Pete. These better be better exhibits, lady. Like, I get it. This is required. I just don't understand what she thinks this proves. Or what I just don't get it. I don't get how this goes to her point.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit O. Can you tell me what that is? Photo of.
Excuse me?
What it is a photo of?
It's a photo of a purse that was located between Anissa and Morgan when they were arrested on the side of I-94 and Highway F.
And is it fair to say that this was basically the total of items they had on their person, other than their clothing?
Yes, it was.
And the picture, as it's looking down, would be how the police department received it initially without taking things out?
Yes.
So that's how it came into custody.
Yes.
As a part of the investigation, items were then removed and cataloged, correct?
Correct.
And by catalog, I mean you made a list of what was there, right?
Written inventory.
Item P, can you tell me what that's a picture of?
It looks like some Kudos snack bars
And where were those located?
inside of the purse.
Exhibit Q. What was that?
Looks like a wrapper for some peanut butter crispy rice bars.
Also from the purse?
Yes.
R. Appears to be a wrapped package. Is that a fair description?
That's a fair description.
Do you recall what was wrapped?
I guess would be photographs.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked Exhibit S. And yes, my handwriting is hard to read. It's S, not 5.
S is in
That is another
sheesh,
view inside
lady.
the purse after water bottles had been removed, correct?
Correct.
S is in sheesh, lady. What's the point of this? None of this testimony that you're eliciting from this witness are things that are in dispute. What is the point?
And some of the snack treats.
Correct.
And in it you see a kitchen knife, looks like a spiral notebook,
Yes.
and a few other things.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit T. Now that was a picture from an evidence view, correct?
Excuse me, if you ask the question again.
That was a picture from an evidence view that you were kind enough to set up for the state and us.
Yes, it is.
So this reflects after the department had disposed of the Kudos and the peanut butter crispy bars, what was left in the purse, the contents of the purse, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a can of off, a number of, well, small sanitary pads, correct?
Correct.
And then notebooks, photos, a little photo album, correct?
Correct.
And the water bottles.
Yes.
In that, what was seen in the purse, what we saw at the evidence view and the Kudos and the crispy panda thing, that was the sum total of what was in the purse, correct?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit U.
You
Recall
is
what that is?
unbelievable.
It's a shoe.
Okay, so she was wearing boots that day.
Correct.
Those are fleece lined.
Yes.
Fair to call them winter boots?
Yes. Hiking boots.
And then item V, those are Anissa socks?
Socks.
May 31st of 2014, do you remember what the weather was like?
It wasn't extremely hot, but it was sort of your normal May 31st day. It wasn't real hot, wasn't very cold.
Okay, not appropriate for winter boots, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. You also have in front of you Exhibit M and Exhibit N, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what those are?
I mean, M, I don't recall.
Okay. N?
N is a email thread between Anissa and Morgan.
Okay. And you recall that as something that was recovered by the department?
Which one is that the school district one? Yeah, this was from an evidence search that we recovered that one.
Okay. And it was an email thread between Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, correct?
Correct.
Morgan, who went by the handle of Hermione G, 516, correct?
Correct.
Noted that she was hearing someone growing closer and closer to her in a sort of creepy way.
That's what the email states.
She was hearing footsteps in the hall, had to go.
That's what it states.
Anissa replied that she couldn't see her closet. It was just a black mass, correct?
Correct.
Anissa received an email back from Hermione G. Morgan that she just heard someone whisper, "You're next," correct?
Correct.
Now, these were not the only emails you discovered between Morgan and Anissa, correct?
Correct, there was multiple.
There was a significant correspondence between the girls.
Yes.
And one of the emails from Morgan directed Anissa to delete anything that Morgan had sent her previous, correct?
Yeah, she said after the incident happened that they're obviously going to look at her school emails, that she should delete everything before it happens.
And Anissa appeared to have complied.
I'm not sure if she did that or not. We're able to recover some things, and some of the emails were recovered from 2 or 3 different places, so I'm not sure what the difference is between what was showed and what was erased.
Okay. And really, when people think they're erasing things, oftentimes a forensic analysis of the computer can find things, correct?
Correct. There's multiple different ways. I mean, the computer itself, the email companies save the emails as well. The school has a drive that saves the emails, so there's multiple different places that they can be located.
Okay. And you reached out to the multiple different places, you or other persons in the department, correct?
Yes.
And looked to find the connections between the girls.
Yes.
And fair to say that they had a fairly frequent correspondence.
Yes.
There was a additional email set up by Anissa under a different name, correct?
Yeah, she stated that before the incident happened, she wanted to be able to talk freely and have nobody looking at her email, so she set up a different email so people couldn't be looking at it.
Okay. And was that Anissa's idea, or was it at Morgan's suggestion?
The way I read the emails, it was Anissa's suggestion.
Okay. So they were continuing to correspond in multiple emails.
Different email, yes.
Do you recall off the top of your head how many emails went back and forth between the girls?
I don't recall counting.
Would it be fair to say it was daily contact?
Yes, and all hours of the day and night.
So unlike when a child needed to go to the phone in the hallway and call, children in Anissa and Morgan's position were able at different times of day and night to contact each other.
I mean, I don't know if that's just children, but generally in the world that we live in today with the electronics that are available, I think people of all ages do that, so.
Now, you and the department located a number of different devices that each child had been using, correct?
Anissa, we got her phone that she had and an iPad, and then Morgan, we got her computer that she had at home.
And on the computer that she had at home, there was also a Kindle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was the Kindle, the Geyser computer.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall if the browser history on the Geyser computer demonstrated an interest in creepypasta or Slender Man?
There was a number of searches on different things, but those are some of the things that were included.
And do you recall if there were searches regarding proxies?
Yes, there were.
And did you follow the links of those?
I tried on some of them.
Do you recall which ones you searched?
No.
Okay. So there were links to information about proxies, information about various creepypasta characters,
Correct.
various killers,
Yes.
and while you attempted to access them, you weren't able to activate any of the links.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective Casey.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with showing you a few other series of emails. To show you, Detective, what's marked as State Exhibit number 1. Ask if you can identify what that is.
This is an email thread that was recovered from Morgan Geyser's Hotmail account.
And that's a series of emails between Morgan Geyser.
Yes, it is.
And the first in time of those emails is on the bottom of page 2. Is that right?
Correct, so it goes in reverse order.
And that, on the bottom of page 2, that's an email from Anissa Weier to Morgan Geyser on April 26th at 6:55 a.m.?
Yes.
And really, their names that they're using there are Alexandra Weier at hotmail.com, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's to Hermione G516 at hotmail.com?
Correct.
And you know from your investigation that that's Anissa to Morgan?
Correct.
And that first one indicates Anissa tells Morgan, this is a new email I set up. Now we can openly talk about that thing. P.S. I'm sorry for lying. I was doing it for your sake. Like I said earlier, I didn't want you to become crazy because you saw something and I didn't. Right?
Yes.
That's what Anissa tells Morgan?
Correct.
Then Morgan responds at 7:32 a.m. on April 26th. You didn't tell me anything about lies you had told, but I would estimate that you weren't telling the complete truth. When you said you saw Kate or Slender out the bus window, question mark, question mark. Rough guess. If I were you, I would copy and paste anything important I have sent to your old email and save it as a draft in your new one. Make sure not to leave any traces, because when said events happen, the school will search your school email. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
Anissa then responds to Morgan at 8:53 a.m. on that date. Well, I lied about some things, not Kate or Slender, but a few other things, and I did that because I didn't want you to feel insane because you saw something and I didn't. Correct?
Correct.
Again, this seems to be some conversation about Morgan having said she saw something and Anissa acknowledging that.
Yes, I believe that's seen Slender Man while they're riding in the school bus.
Morgan replies on that same date, but much later at 15:25. That would be 3:25 in the afternoon, is that right?
That's correct.
It is fair. I lied to help you. If you weren't a part of the plan, then your life wouldn't be so exciting. That's something Morgan said to Anissa.
Yes.
And Anissa replied at 4:04 p.m. Also, I deleted all the emails you sent me before I read that. I figured the school would search my email, so I deleted everything. Right?
Correct.
Morgan then says at 4:23, it's fine. I already wrote everything down. Stop feeling like shit. It was hurtful, what you did, because it reminded me of what Bella and Rachel and the girls who have in the past betrayed me have done. But honestly, I used Vulcan mind tricks, so I didn't feel upset at all. Just promise not to fake anything from now on. This involves your stuttering and twitching that you keep up for about a minute every 3 weeks. Trust me, I can tell the difference. Physical and mental disabilities are no joke. I read that right, Detective?
That is correct.
Morgan then also said, roughly less than a minute later, sorry to be abrupt. And at the very top of that exhibit, do you know who sent that last email that's on the top?
I believe it's Anissa sent it.
It makes sense based on the content?
Yes.
And that one says, it's okay, I needed a wake-up call. And by the way, I will not lie about anything unless in front of others. And I will not betray you. I've never done that to a friend, let alone someone who I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. I swear to God, if you laugh or show any sign of a dirty mind, I will know. But I won't betray you, and I will not twitch unless I get a chill down my spine. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
All of that seems to be some reference to this plan of these events. Is that fair?
I believe so.
And the reference to spending the rest of their life together would fit with the plan that they were going to go to the Nicolay Forest after this occurred?
Correct.
Detective, you spent a long time in the interview with Morgan Geyser, correct?
Yes, I did.
Any idea roughly how long that was?
The entire tape is a little over 5 hours long. Most of the interview content was a little over 2 hours.
And that interview starts out, for the most part, with Morgan deflecting all responsibility to Anissa. Is that true?
That is correct.
She says that we stabbed Bella, right? She doesn't say that she did, right?
Correct.
You ask her who stabbed her first, and she said, I think Anissa did, right?
Correct.
She wouldn't take responsibility for that.
Correct.
She claimed to you that really this was all Anissa's idea, right?
Correct.
Anissa said it was necessary?
Repeatedly.
And that's much different from what you know of the interview that Detective Trussoni conducted with Anissa, right?
The two interviews were very different.
It didn't seem that Morgan at any point wanted to indicate that this was any kind of a shared thing between her and Anissa, did she?
No, she was trying to deflect all the blame onto Anissa.
At one point, Morgan tells you that Anissa doesn't like Bella, right?
Correct.
Wait a minute. While I agree that it can be interpreted that way, that it's a deflection, an attempt to point fingers, an attempt to distance themselves from the actual crime. If she's smart enough to do that, wouldn't she also be smart enough to know not to admit to how many times she stabbed her, or that she stabbed her at all? If she were trying to point the finger solely at Anissa as it being her plan, her idea, all the things? And then conversely, if Anissa is pointing the finger solely at Morgan, how come you're not interpreting that as deflection? Just things I wonder.
I'm sorry?
She referred to her as a bitch.
Who referred to who as that?
That Anissa doesn't like Bella.
Morgan told you that Anissa would call Bella a bitch.
Correct.
Right?
Margie, I can see you, babe. I don't. YouTube's been glitchy with chat lately. I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes my messages don't go through, and it's my channel. Here we go.
Morgan also had difficulty in the beginning as far as who brought the knife, right?
Right. It started out that she thought that Anissa did, and then it went to we did, and then at the end she admitted that she was the one that had it.
And a lot of the time during your interview with Morgan, she's not really giving you a straight answer, is she?
No, very short answers. It was almost as if her answers were already scripted, that she had to set in her mind ahead of time what she was going to say or answer.
At times she tells you that this was necessary, right?
Through the entire interview she states that.
But didn't really explain what that meant.
Correct.
But at other times she told you she didn't know why they did this, right?
At the end she said, in reality, I don't really know why we did this.
At the end?
At the end of the statement, that's how we finished.
And she also told you during the statement that she knew this was wrong, right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you another series of emails.
There's a package. Do you have an exhibit list?
Not that, Judge.
All right. We only have these two. All right. You'll be supplying a list?
Yes. All right. Sure, it's marked as exhibit number 2. Can you identify what that is?
It's a copy of an email thread that we obtained through the Waukesha School District for the accounts of Anissa Weier and Geyser.
And that one's different than exhibit 1 because the first in time is the first one on page 1, is that right?
Correct, this one's in chronological order.
Can you read for me, Detective Casey, what that first one says?
The first one is from Anissa Weier to Morgan Geyser on May 23rd at 4:36 p.m. It says, my mom just said that because I missed one, it says F-I-N-G, little choir assignment, I might not be able to go. And then there's 3 exclamation marks.
What comes next in that series?
Then there's a response from Morgan to Anissa at 7:08 p.m. And it says, what? And Anissa responded back, my mom just said that because I missed one effing little choir assignment, I might not be able to go.
Well, wouldn't it be that the what is a reply to the one that's down below? Does that seem to make sense as to how these are listed?
That could be.
Okay, because there's another one then at 7:09, and that's from Anissa back to Morgan saying exactly.
Correct.
And then Morgan replies to Anissa at 7:11 on May 23rd, right?
Correct.
What did Morgan say?
She said, I swear if your mom says you can't come, and then in all capital letters, I will literally crawl in your freaking window and add her to that list of bad people, period, delete this email.
You testified earlier, Detective Casey, about speaking to some of the teachers for both Morgan and Anissa. You remember that?
Yes.
You remember speaking to these teachers?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to a Diane Geyse, G-I-E-S-E. Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
She told you that Morgan's an odd kid and a loner, right?
Yes.
She wasn't liked by other kids?
Correct.
Other kids thought she was weird?
Yes.
But the teacher didn't see anything in Morgan to make the other kids think that about Morgan, right?
That's correct.
The teacher was somewhat surprised that Morgan was friends with Payton because Payton was a sweet girl.
Yes.
But Morgan understood and followed the rules, right?
Yes.
She cooperated, right?
Yes.
Did her homework,
Yes.
always did what was told.
Correct.
But Morgan had an attitude of screw all of you to get attention.
That's what she thought.
That was the teacher's words, right?
Yes. It's her exact words.
Ms. Geyse had never heard Morgan speak of Slender Man,
Correct.
but believed Morgan to be a smart girl, but she didn't know how to relate, right?
Correct.
You spoke to Anthony Sierra also about Morgan.
Yes.
He told you that other kids viewed Morgan as different, right?
Yes.
That the kids were not sure of her,
Correct.
but Morgan had no behavior issues, right?
Correct.
She knew right from wrong.
Yes.
What's the objection?
Teachers Foundation for knowing the difference between right and wrong.
Well, I'll sustain that objection. Sustained, I'll strike the question and the answer.
Well, Judge, the state and the defense had a stipulation that Detective Casey would be able to testify as to what the teachers said about each of the girls. So
Is that why there's been no one? That's why there have been no other objections, apparently. All right, well, you're saying this is part of a stipulation?
If the defense wants me to bring in Mr. Sear to testify that he is able to assess whether a student knows right from wrong, I guess I can do that.
Well, I'll honor I take it there was a stipulation?
There is, Your Honor, and certainly, I guess we will simply argue.
Well, I'll reverse my order. If there's a stipulation between the parties as to that this type of testimony that explains why this is coming in, I'll reverse that and I'll overrule the objection. Thank you.
But, Your Honor, I do believe that the language should be the teacher believed she knew the difference between right and wrong.
Well, that's a matter for cross-examination.
Certainly.
I'll ask another question, Detective Casey. Mr. Sierra, one of Morgan's teachers, told you he believed Morgan knew right from wrong, didn't he?
That was his belief.
And he also told you that Morgan seemed like she was 4 years older than she really was.
She seemed very intelligent. They had a conversation one time about astronomy, and he was just amazed in the things that she was saying. He thought that she was very, very intelligent.
You spoke to another teacher, Jill Wiedenbaum, Weidenbaum, right?
Yes.
And that was Morgan's favorite teacher, right?
Yes.
She told you that she believed Morgan did weird things to get attention, right?
That was her belief.
Morgan didn't really care if other people liked her or not?
No.
She never saw Morgan be violent, right?
Never.
Morgan followed the rules?
Yes, she did.
She also gave you the opinion that at least Miss Wiedenbaum believed that Morgan understood right from wrong?
That was her belief.
She told you that Morgan never spoke of Slender Man?
Correct.
And as far as Anissa, you spoke to Jeffrey Allen, correct?
Correct.
One of the Flight Academy teachers?
Yes.
This would have been a teacher of Anissa's during 6th grade, right?
Yes.
He told you that Anissa is always excited,
Yes.
happy,
Yes.
quirky,
Yes.
well-liked by her peers.
Yes.
Sometimes her temper got in the way.
Yes.
She always helped.
Correct.
She followed directions.
Yes.
She kept up with her homework.
Yes.
She was a rule stickler, right?
That is one of the things that he said.
She understood the expectations in the class.
Yes.
He gave you his opinion that, in his opinion, she knew right from wrong, right?
That is correct.
She never talked about Slender Man.
Never.
He called her a typical middle school student, like any other kid.
Yes.
Nothing weird or out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Very smart girl.
Yes.
And you spoke to Krista Crowder, Krauter, right?
Yes, I did.
Also a teacher in the Flight Academy.
Yes.
She told you Anissa speaks her mind.
Yes.
She's very smart.
Correct.
Focused.
Yes.
A typical middle school kid.
Yes.
She got frustrated with other kids.
Yes, when they didn't do what they're expected.
She had been a tour guide for the Flight Academy program, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Crowder said Anissa did a fantastic job as a leader.
Yes.
She was very motivated.
Correct.
Followed directions.
Yes.
Seemed to know the consequences in the class.
Yes.
She knew to come to adults if there was a problem.
Correct.
Ms. Crowder could not remember a time that Anissa didn't follow the rules.
That's correct.
Never talked to Slender Man in front of Ms. Teacher Crowder.
Never.
I know we went through some of those emails that seemed to suggest, I think you testified that Morgan had seen Slender Man, but Anissa had not. Is that right?
I believe that that was the lie that they were speaking of.
But during your interview with Morgan, she told you that she had never seen Slender Man, right?
Correct.
And I guess I call it another contradiction Morgan indicates during her interview. At one point, she says that she hopes she never sees Anissa again.
At the end of it, that is correct.
But earlier on in the interview, she had said to you that Morgan didn't want to make Anissa mad and said, I don't want to lose her over something like this. At the end of that, said it's our fault, and she said before, we take full responsibility. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
So at least in the beginning of the interview, it seems that she was very concerned to maintain her friendship with Anissa, right?
Yes.
I know that Ms. McMahon showed you some pictures out of Anissa's Spanish notebook. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And there's a picture of a girl with what seems to be blood on it, right?
Yes.
Another page that says he always watches, right?
Yes.
And another one of a tall, faceless man.
Yes.
You don't know who drew those, do you?
I have no idea.
Just because that's Anissa's Spanish notebook, we don't know that Anissa drew those, do we?
We do not.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Detective, the teachers who told you that Morgan was a smart girl and didn't speak of Slender Man, didn't mention any of the art she drew in her notebooks, did she?
None of those teachers mentioned that. There was a guidance counselor at one point that said that there was something written in her notebook that they found, something about dying, that got brought to her attention, and they questioned her about that.
Okay.
I believe that was Angie Jackson.
Okay. So they found a journal of some sort that talked about dying.
Correct.
There was a locker full of documents you've already identified as coming from Morgan Geyser's locker. And I'm assuming you're going to tell me you don't know if Morgan drew those, right?
I don't know that. I never talked to her. I talked to her on May 31st. That's the last time that I've ever talked to her.
Okay. But those were the notebooks and drawings retrieved from her locker, correct?
Correct.
And the Spanish notebook was the notebook retrieved from Anissa Weier's locker, correct?
Yes.
When you talked with Ms. Crowder about Anissa, she let you know that she, in the beginning, had to sit the girls down and make them not be mean to Anissa, correct?
There was some kind of conflict, and she dealt with it.
Okay. And she said that Anissa knew to come to adults when there was a problem, correct?
Yes.
That was her experience, and that's why she sat down with the girls and talked with them, because Anissa had come to her.
Correct.
Do you recall exactly what they said about Anissa knowing right from wrong? Why they came to that conclusion?
I think when they gave them directions in class, they followed the directions. They didn't break any of the rules. When there were rules, they knew the expectations, and they followed them.
And would it be fair to say that that was the same sort of information you received supporting the belief that Morgan Geyser knew what was right and wrong?
Correct.
So,
Just want to pause briefly for a thank you. Thank you so much, honeybees, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was really generous. Appreciate the support. I mean, look, as far as this testimony goes, especially on like cross-examination, I mean, the state doesn't have to prove anything, right? It's all the burden of proof is all on the defense. And what could he really do with that evidence other than, what he did with it? I mean, it's the defense that's trying to prove that Morgan was the leader and that Anissa did what she did out of fear of Slender Man, and yet they've failed to put on any evidence of that at this point in the day.
So, because they followed the rules in school.
Correct.
While the teachers didn't know why the children thought Morgan Geyser was weird or odd, they knew that it had been reported and found that she brought a rubber mallet to school for protection, correct?
Right. When I talked to her about that, she said that it was an accident. And when I asked, or when she was asked by the guidance counselor after why she said that, she said she didn't know why she brought it. And she didn't know why she said protection.
So either she needed protection or she didn't realize she had a rubber mallet in her backpack?
She said she was cleaning her room and she left it in there.
In her backpack?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Rachel says, is this the guy who interviewed Morgan? Yes, he's also the lead detective on the case.
And frankly, bringing something that could be used as a weapon to school is a violation of school rules, correct?
I mean, weapons are, I never saw the mallet, so I'm not sure how intimidating it was.
They suspended her, right?
Yeah.
So it would have been a violation of school rules.
I would think so, yes.
They knew that kids had reported she was playing with blood on her fingers?
The one teacher knew that. I don't think anybody else knew that. I don't think it was documented anyplace else. She just told her to clean it up so it wouldn't be an issue.
So that she wouldn't be stigmatized by the other kids. And the teachers reported that neither Morgan nor Anissa had discussed Slender Man with them.
Correct. No, nobody that I talked to said that they discussed Slender Man with them.
But you know from their email exchanges that they were discussing him with each other.
Correct.
And you know from the Geyser's browser history that someone at the Geyser household was spending a lot of time looking for Slender Man.
Correct.
You're welcome,
And
Rachel.
You even tried to follow some of the links to see what they were looking at, right?
Yes.
And you had access to the Geyser browser history, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember looking at anything relating to sigma radiation?
I don't recall that. I don't recall that, no.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered trying to look at proxy.
I mean, the files are very deep. I mean, I looked this up for hours and hours, and to say if there's one item or another, I mean, I can't really recall without looking through it.
Would it help to look through it?
If you want to bring something up on there, that's fine. I mean, it could take hours and hours to go through the different things. I'm not sure what you'd be looking for.
These are do you recognize this?
I mean, there's nothing on there that states exactly what it is. I'd imagine, is there anything that identifies it coming from their computer that?
Certainly, I can take it a step back. Do you recognize the Geyser Family PC Internet Evidence Finder?
I mean, I see that up there, yes.
Okay. We can bring in the evidence tech.
I mean, I can assume that, I mean, I have no reason to believe that you have anything else other than that up there.
Okay. Do you remember which of the links that you attempted to search?
No.
So you don't remember if it was Anime Jeff the Killer and client?
Judge, I'm going to object that all of this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination and
That's overruled.
new questioning.
Overruled, cross-examination is wide open. And this is redirect. You had references to emails in your cross-examination, so I'm satisfied to then on redirect go through that as appropriate. You were wide, the cross is wide, then the response and redirect can be as wide.
Well, my only comment is this is now on doing research on proxies of Slender Man. This is beyond emails.
I'm satisfied it's within the context of the cross. So objection overruled.
It's fair to say that there was a lengthy browser history of searches for Slender Man and the Creepypasta Wiki, correct?
Yes, among other things.
We go down to 228, for example. 226, you've got the Slender Man Wikia, The Sickness, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if you tried to follow that link?
I don't recall.
How about Slender Man? If you go down to 228, again, The Sickness, Slender Man, The Obsession.
I don't recall.
And you didn't document which ones that you tried to search.
No.
Do any look familiar to you?
They all seem relatively similar or familiar.
Similar to familiar? Okay. It would make sense that in searching to try and figure out what was going on, you would try and understand what was the background, right? And that's why you would have been looking at this.
Trying to see what they were all looking up, the times that they were doing it. I know that one's at 5 o'clock in the morning, that one's at 1 a.m. I mean, we never knew for sure who was actually doing the searches, who it was. So, I mean, we looked up a little bit about Slender Man, but there's volumes of different things available. And to memorize it all, I think is impossible.
Okay. And again, you didn't see any that you felt the need to note.
Correct.
And again, you've got the Slender Man Wikia.
There are some that we noted.
I mean,
but if you reference just
look, he looked at the extraction. He looked at the search history from that extraction. What is the point? What difference does it make what links he clicked on that he couldn't actually access? What difference does that make? How does that prove what you're trying to prove? It's not even about Anissa.
Slender Man. I know there was one search that she searched about how to get away with murder when you kill somebody.
Right.
That was on there. There's some other things about capital punishment, some people that have killed people in the past, how to get away with murder, some searches like that I recall.
You
But
noted the ones that dealt with searching about capital punishment and searching for crimes, but you didn't note what you looked at regarding creepypasta.
all those are very similar. They're not very different. They don't really stand out when you go through. I mean, you're just looking through one day or so. I mean, and there's a lot in there.
Every day there was a lot in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like in May, you've got Reunion with the Angel of Death and Sigma Radiation, Core Theory, Quantum Theory, Slender Man.
A lot of those are pages or threads that people write on. They have their little own short stories that they make up, and they tell stories for other people to read.
Meanwhile, this proves nothing. Them being obsessed, Morgan being obsessed with Slender Man is not in question here. So what is the point?
So it really didn't help in, we were trying to locate if anybody else was involved, anybody that they had contact with. That would be another third party, and that was mainly what we were trying to do there.
Okay. But you felt it necessary to note the things regarding planning to kill someone.
Yeah, those stood out among other things.
But it was clear from what both girls told you that they had planned to do this. They didn't hide that.
Yeah, not only did they do a plan, but they also looked at the punishment for committing a homicide. So,
That's right, and they thought you were going to execute them, correct?
I I know that Morgan asked me what was going to happen to her. She asked if she was going to go to prison for the rest of her life, or actually I asked her, she thought that she was going to go to prison or an insane asylum. At one point she asked if she was going to get her head cut off. I don't think she thought that I was going to do that, but I think maybe in medieval times, some of the research that somebody could do, you'd be able to come up with why you would think that.
Wisconsin doesn't have the death penalty, does it?
It does not. But some of the, I think when you go back and look over the things over the course of time and maybe different cultures, that could be something that they did. I'm not sure.
It was something she asked you specifically if you were going to cut her head off.
Correct. And the context behind that, I'm not sure where that came from.
Thank you. So you talked to teachers and found out that they followed the rules at school, that they didn't talk to their teachers about creepypasta. The kids thought Morgan was weird, that there may have been an issue for Anissa at the beginning, but because she talked to the teachers, everything was hunky-dory with the kids, right?
That's what I was told.
And that was the teachers' observations, right?
Correct. I mean, they spend a lot of time with the kids, so I think it's a pretty good, unbiased source of opinion on how they are day to day with their peers and other kids. I think everybody was surprised that all of a sudden out of the blue, two 12-year-old girls decide to kill somebody and have been planning it for 6 months and nobody saw any of the signs.
Right.
So you would think that at school where you're day to day with other kids that you would see something if there was an issue.
Okay. Like bringing a weapon to school, playing with blood at school.
Possibly.
Oh, thank you, honeybees. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I mean, what does this prove? Morgan and her sanity, culpability is not on trial here. Anissa's is. I don't see how this is evidence that supports what they're trying to accomplish, which is for the jury to find her not guilty, but for the jury to find that she is mentally ill and therefore should be sent to a psychiatric facility rather than prison. I don't understand what I can't state it enough. I need to let it go.
Yes.
A locker full of pictures.
What's the question about the pictures in the locker?
All of the things you pulled from Morgan's locker and took into custody, they were filled with pictures, correct?
I know that there's lots of kids that doodle when they get bored. People have different dark sides. There used to be things, the Texas Chainsaw Murders, Friday the 13th, Eddie Krieger. A lot of those people like that kind of stuff. They doodle about it. They draw about it. I don't know if that's a for sure sign that somebody's going to go and try to kill a classmate.
Okay.
So,
But Diane Gazy told you she was odd, a loner, and not well liked.
correct.
And you had the issue with Anissa needing to reach out to the teachers to gain, even though she was a rule follower.
Right, Storm. It's like she's accusing him of not doing his job to stop this.
And an ambassador for the program, she still needed help dealing with the children within the program, correct?
Correct. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me, but basically my interview was with 9 people of the staff. None of those 9 people recognized anything that they would thought that the person was going to go and kill somebody, one of their classmates. So that was the purpose of the interview, and nobody had anything that rose a red flag that was outside of the realm of stuff that they handle day to day with other students that caused an alarm for them.
So nobody noticed anything, and that's what you learned.
Correct.
So let's go back to talking about your interview with Morgan. In the beginning, she didn't want to lose Anissa, but by the end, she was saying that she didn't want to see Anissa again, from what I understand.
I think through her interview, she was trying to distance herself from Anissa. She was trying to put all the blame onto Anissa. Mm-hmm. And I think at the end, she found that it was necessary to separate herself from her because she realized that she was the person blaming her for this.
So you think Morgan wanted to distance herself from Anissa because Anissa was blaming Morgan for this?
No, Morgan was blaming Anissa.
Thank you. And going back again to the teachers at school, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a bit. Anissa was in Flight Academy, correct?
Correct.
Morgan was not.
Correct.
Morgan was in other classes without Anissa.
Correct.
And Anissa's primary classes were within the Flight Academy realm.
Correct.
So when the teachers at Flight Academy would see Anissa, she would not be with Morgan, correct?
Correct.
And they indicated that they really didn't have much of a knowledge of Morgan.
Correct.
And similarly, most of Morgan's teachers didn't know Anissa.
That is correct.
And when you met with Morgan and went through what happened with her, she wasn't extremely forthcoming, correct?
That's correct.
And throughout the time that you were working with her, the primary thing she kept telling you was that this was necessary, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Thistle. Hold on. Thistle says, I'm glad you are going back over this case. Thank you, Thistle. Thanks for being here. I'm happy to do it. This case is interesting. Not so much this part of it, because I can't figure out for the life of me what it is that she's trying to prove. She called this witness, so I have no idea what's happening.
Only said because Anissa said it was necessary from the person that she talked to.
And the person that she talked to, were you able to get Morgan to specify who that was?
She didn't know for sure, but I guess from the context of the conversation that she believed was Slender Man. She said that she never actually had a conversation with him, but it was something that was, I guess I would say, emailed to her or something on the computer. There was never any face-to-face contact.
But there was somehow communication through the computer from Slender Man.
That's what Morgan alleged that Anissa told.
Okay. The other thing, Detective, jumping back to school again, and Morgan, another issue the teachers noted was that she was keeping company, I think you could say, on the playground with Voldemort and Snape.
I think there was one incident where she was acting like she was one of the characters from Harry Potter, maybe, again, chasing some kids around.
Okay.
The teacher told her to stop, and she stopped, and she didn't do it anymore.
Okay. So she seemed to be responding to the other characters within the story, correct?
Yes.
So she was on the playground and basically on the playground hanging out with Voldemort and Snape.
I think that she was acting like them is the characterization that I recall.
Okay. And again, that would have been one of the things that the teachers noted that other students found might be a little unusual about Morgan.
Correct.
Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Any further cross?
No, thank you.
All right, then. Now, there's some exhibits that have been referred to. Are we moving those exhibits in?
I would move for the admission of States Exhibits 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No, sir. And we would be moving for the admission of exhibits.
Whew. All right. So this is where I leave you. We don't really have any more information after all of this than we did when we started out. I mean, there's some insight into specifically the testimony from Anissa's dad, Mr. Weier. We did get a good bit of insight into the family's dynamics and the things that were going on in the family at this, when this occurred and a little bit before this occurred. So we did learn about that. But I mean, she called this witness, and all of the questions that she asked, few of them really actually pertained to Anissa, who's the person she represents. And I just, I'm really curious, okay, because we all know how this ends up. We know the end result of this trial. I can't figure out how we got there. So that's why I'm going back to replay this so that I can understand the jury's decision and potentially why they made the decision they did. But at this point, all she's proven was something that was never in dispute, which is that the girls were obsessed with Slender Man. And that's it. I'm just I'm confused, but I do appreciate you guys all being with me today on this. This is a level of confusion I have not had after a trial and a testimony in a trial in a hot minute. So I'm not even really sure how to appropriately say goodbye, but I will try. Thank you guys all so very, very much for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. If you have not done so, please do your girl a favor. Give me a thumbs up, a thumbs down on the stream, either way, however you're feeling in this moment. I appreciate it either way. We will be back tomorrow at the same time to go over day 2. Now, let me tell you what's on day 2, because that's kind of interesting. Hold on a minute. So, we're going to hear testimony from more detectives, and a psychologist also testifies. Yeah. So there's what we really have left is quite a bit. There's only, let me see, 2 to 3 jury instructions, closing arguments, and then the sentencing phase. So we don't have a whole lot more of there's not like a lot of days of trial, but I want to break down like, I want to see how day 2 goes, like how far into is the testimony of one of the psychologists a 2-part because there was a break or something like that. I just want to make sure we get continuity. So I'll figure out how to break that down later. But for now, thank you guys so much. This is where I leave you. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you later. Oh, hold on. Don't go yet. I forgot one thing. I'm going to drop Allie link in the chat because there's some Tisha news, and she's going to be going over that tonight. So I hope to see all of you guys there. Now, for real, have a great rest of your afternoon, and I'll check y'all later. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No militia. Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.